pay respect to the Sangha by bowing 3 times in unison. First bow.
Second
bow. Third bow.
Ti-Vandana.
Namo Buddhaya, a very warm welcome and good morning to Venerable Sumaṅgalā Bhikkhunī, Sister Sylvia, Samaneri Ariya, organizing committee members and brothers and sisters in the Dhamma. I am Ayya, your MC for this morning session. So keep on through, may all be well and happy. We rejoice in seeing all of you today in a Dhamma forum with the theme Awakening in Daily Life, with 2 very inspiring and distinguished Dhamma speakers, Venerable Sumaṅgalā and Sister Sylvia. Today will be a very special day for learning and spiritual growth for all of us. We shall start off today's program by connecting our hearts with our teacher, the Buddha, the Blessed One, the Worthy One, the fully enlightened One, to the Dhamma, the teachings of the Buddha, the Noble Eightfold Path, and the path that leads to the ultimate realization of Nibbana, and to the Sangha, the noble disciples of the Buddha, and incomparable field of merits to the world. We shall now invite Venerable Sumaṅgalā to administer the 3 refuges and the observation of 5 precepts, followed by Ti-Vandana.
Dear brothers and sisters in the Dhamma, let us now compose our mind as we connect our hearts to the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha, and to sincerely take refuge in the triple gem. You may recite after the Venerable. Vandana. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Buddham saranam gacchami, Buddham saranam gacchami, Sangham saranam gacchami, Dutiyampi Buddham saranam gacchami, Dutiyampi Dhammam saranam gacchami, Dutiyampi Sangham saranam gacchami, Tatiyampi Buddham saranam gacchami, Tatiyampi Dhammam saranam gacchami, Tatiyampi Sangham saranam gacchami. The 5 precepts. Anantipadam Veramani Sikkhapadam Samadhiyami, Adinnadanam Veramani Sikkhapadam Samadhiyami, Kamesu Miccācāram Veramani Sikkhapadam Samadhiyami, Savadam Veramani Sikkhapadam Samadhiyami, Suramerayam Madhyamam Veramani Sikkhapadam Samadhiyami, Nisaranena sating panchasilang dhammam sadhukam surakitam katva appamadena sampadeta, silena sugating yanti silena bhoga sampada, silena nibuddhing yanti tasma silam visodai. Sukhivantu. Now we shall also start the day, since it's an awakening in daily life. We will start the day with our normal reflection or homage to the Buddha, Dhamma, and the Sangha. We may all recite together. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Iti piso bhagavan arahato samma sambuddho. Veja charana sambandho sudharudo kapiyo. Anukalo Purisa Dhamma Savarti Satta Deva Muksa Buddho Bhagavanti Swakato Bhagavata Dhammo Sante Tiko Matariko Asiko Ompaniko Achatam Editato Enyohi Subharipano Bhagavato Sangha Sangho Ujupatipano Bhagavato Sangha Sangho Nyayapatipano Bhagavato Sangha Sangho Samishipatipano Bhagavato Sangha Sangho Navina Chattani Purisarvani Atta Purisa Uddana Esa Bhagavato Sangha Sangho Ahuneyo Ahuneyo Ahineyo Anjadikaraniyo Adukam Punya Ketam Lokasam Sukhivantu.
Thank you, Sister Ayya. Namo Gaya to Ayya Sumaṅgalā, Sister Sylvia, Seminary Ariya Vihara, brothers and sisters in Dhamma who are present here today. I'm Mengsa. I'll be the moderator for the morning session. We are actually truly fortunate today to have two distinguished, inspiring speakers with us today. But before we dive straight into our forum session, please allow me a little bit of time to give a brief introduction on our two speakers today. We truly rejoice to our very first speaker present with us, none other than Venerable Sumaṅgalā Bhikkhunī. Venerable Sumaṅgalā is a respected figure in the Theravada Buddhism. She is serving as the abbess of Ariya Vihara Buddhist Society. Inspired by Buddhism at a young age, she pursued education in psychology and later in Buddhism, deepening her understanding of meditation and philosophy. Venerable Sumaṅgalā left household in 2008 and took higher ordination in year 2015. She founded Malaysia's first Theravada Bhikkhunī nunnery. Venerable Sumaṅgalā deeply promotes the monastic path, facilitating ordinations and mentoring experience. recognized for all her outstanding contribution. Just early this year, she received the Outstanding Women Award in Kaohsiung, Taiwan. Currently, she leads Ariya Vihara and continues to share her wisdom through all activities through the center, whether it is from meditation, Dhamma talk, pilgrimage trips, and many more. And this helps to broaden the Buddhism community's understanding and practices as well. We are also delighted to share with everyone that on the 23rd of April, just a few weeks ago, with the participation of 17 esteemed Bhikkhunīs from Malaysia, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and even Australia, Ariya Vihara successfully completed the Bhikkhunī Sima consecration for the very first Theravada Bhikkhunī Sima Nunnery and Dhamma Training Center in Malaysia. Moving on to our next invited speaker that is known to many of us in present today is none other than Sister Sylvia. Sister Sylvia has dedicated herself to Buddhism since 1992, earning a first-class honours in Buddhist studies from Sri Lanka Buddhist and Pali University in year 2000. Joining the teaching staff of Singapore's Buddhist and Pali College in 2001, she became a sought-after speaker on Buddhist doctrines and, most importantly, on all the practical applications in our daily life. Sister Sylvia published her first book, titled Between the Lines, in 2013. She is currently working on a 5-part book titled Towards the Light, which 3 volumes are available, namely the Faith Sada, Morality Siddha, and Learning Sutta. Additionally, she also holds a Bachelor of Social Science honours from NUS and also a Master in International Public Policy from Johns Hopkins Schools of Advanced International Studies. Welcome, Sister Sylvia, to Ariya Vihara. Dear brothers and sisters present today, let me give you a brief idea on how we're going to be running the day. Our morning session forum is titled Awakening to Life Purpose. We will have both our speakers to take turns to share on this title, right? Following suit, we will actually have a question and answer session, right? Whereby we will invite all of you all to proceed to available microphone that our assistants will help you to share with us. For those of you who prefer to have your questions written, you will also have papers for you to actually write your questions down for us to read on your behalf as well. Okay. So without further ado, please put our palms together and welcome Venerable Sumaṅgalā to share with us the wise words for our topic today.
Hi to all sisters, and especially from Singapore, all the way to come and share with us, and to our brothers and sisters in Malaysia too. Welcome to Ariya Vihara and welcome to this forum. And so this morning, we come for this very important session that we want to find awakening, I suppose. And so awakening in daily life. Firstly, if we look at the word itself, if we look at life, all of us are going through life, and life has its own span. Some are short, some are long. And whatever time we have now, we are still alive, right? And what will it lead to the end, of our life? I think it's important to find meaning, And then next we said about daily life, Daily life, we only have 24 hours, right? And each are given the same hours, not short, not long. Even you want to request more, you still are given 24 hours, daily. And in our daily life, what do we do? And are we passing time? Or are we making our 24 hours very meaningful? Purposeful? Right? And the next is the word awakening. Yeah. So when we say awakening, yeah, normally if you're too sleepy, then suddenly, you know, you are out of the sleepy cycle, then you're awakened, right? That is, at least in the lay life, you know, we still can maintain that wakefulness. But the awakening meaning to some maybe is kind of like, you know, people say like a kind of sudden realization. Yeah. What it means is kind of instantaneous change in our level of consciousness. Yeah? So that is what we know or think about awakening. But of course, in the Buddha's awakening, they're more than that. Yeah, it's multifaceted and it's very detailed, very penetrating into the truth. Yeah, we say the truth. Yeah, and especially the Noble Form of the truth. Right? So awakening to daily life. Now, here we have a time where we would say we are very fortunate because ever since 2000, probably 568 years ago, ever since the setting of the wheel of the Dhamma, yeah, we have two ways of life. Do you all agree? Two ways of life. Earlier, we only have one way of life. There's only lay life. Yeah, even as ascetic, yeah, but still they haven't found, yeah, another real way of life. So ever since that, we have two way of life. The Buddha introduced, yeah, and of course discover the truth and introduce to us. And the Buddha actually set forth, yeah, two way of life. One, of course, is the monastic way of life, a renounced way of life. The other way of life is household life. Yeah, so two way of life. In the past, we do not know this, unheard before. Yeah, but the Buddha said, not only turning the wheel of the Dhamma, but setting in motion too, the way of life. Yeah, so the other way of life, because it's a monastic way of life, and another one is a household life. Yeah, even during that time, there are also awakening happening during that time. Some will, when they are awakened to the Dhamma, then they will say, you know, Lord, please ordain me. Yeah. Another way of life, yeah, household life, they will say, oh Lord, you know, the Dhamma that you have set forth there has, you know, set what is wrong to become right. Yeah. What is upside down to become upright again. Yeah. What is dark to become right. Yeah. And I will follow you. Yeah. Not the song, I will follow you. This is, I will follow. Yeah, means I'll become your follower until the end of the life. So two set, and so both actually has their way of life, and to really lead a very meaningful life, purposeful life that will help them, yeah, to always maintain a high state of mind that will finally one day lead them to the ultimate freedom, means from that samsaric cycle. Right? So monastic and also a lay life. But both also have to go through daily life, right? And so if you look at it in our household life, especially, you know, now you see the community, only two wear the robe, the rest householder. So if I were to talk on the what they call the renounced life, you know, you may be thinking, oh, Ayya, not for me, this life, right? But anyway, it's good to see the progression. Yeah, it's always a progression, right? Even from young, then you progress to become teens, become adult, then become old, and then next life, right? So basically, on this progression that we see in lay life, yeah, what is the purpose? Have you all thought before of your household life? I think simply is most people will think, when you're young, then you want to become adult very fast, right? When you're children, then you become teenage. Then first, when children, you like to imitate your parents, right? When you're teens, you don't like your parents already. You like to be like your idol, right? When you are working already, you don't like this idol anymore. You want to become professor, doctors, engineers, right? Moving on, you want something else again, right? because that is what you think life is all about. That is what you think bring you that kind of moment of awakening to something you call success in life, right? But you will find it like, oh, that is something that life entails, yeah, and that is the way of life. The Buddha never denied that, yeah. I mean, each person will go through different stages of life, but what to do in order to bring about the success or the happiness that you're looking for, right? The Buddha never say you have to be, solemn, sorrow, yeah. In lay life, there are life that brings about well-being, yeah, that kind of a level of consciousness that to do good, yeah. Some people don't even know how to not to do bad, how to do good, yeah, a lot, yeah. But at least if we come to the Dhamma, we have this opportunity, yeah. We are awakened to the idea, the understanding of not to do evil, right? Then the next one, to do good, yeah. The purify your mind, maybe you say purify one's mind, not your mind. Don't busybody purify others' mind. Purify one's mind. That part maybe we leave it to afternoon. When you are more sleepy, then we will talk about more awakening. Yeah. All right. So the first part this morning, I think is good to touch on something very important. How do you start those awakening moments in your life? Yeah, that day we among the speakers, we also discuss a little bit, and we find, I think, the very key moment that important in our life is, of course, the Buddha said, yeah, to have this particular action not to associate with the unwise, the food. Yeah, that's number one. Yeah, a lot of people don't know, have not heard. So these are the Buddha's teaching that now we heard. Oh, if we want more and more awakening in our life, more and more good things that happen in our life, more and more, things that we can actually be able to free ourselves from suffering, then what is the first step? Not to associate with it. So that is already the first awakening, right? And so you can reflect and check, do I or do I not? If you are not, then good. You can pat on your shoulder and to know that, okay, number one, yeah, that particular things that I've been doing, yeah, is paving me for more and more realization and awakening. Right? So too, we know in the Sumaṅgalā Sutta, there are 38 of them, right? And first, not to associate with the fool. Second, is to associate with the wise. Is to association with the wise, then you will find more and more awakening, because things you have not heard, you will be hearing from them. Things you have not learned, you will be learning from them. Things that is not skillful before, you will also learn from them. And things that how to renounce, you also hear from them. So key thing is, some people may think, I do not do any wrong thing. I didn't mix with the wrong companion enough. So they only concentrate on their family, concentrate on doing in their own, area or their own spectrum of things that they think they know, but they never venture into things unheard before. So then only one blessing. You want one blessing or more blessing? You want more awakening and more blessing, right? So you have to listen, yeah, and listen to the wise. So not only staying at, not to associate with the fools, you think okay already, but not so okay yet, because what you want is not only one blessing, you want more. Then if you want more, then you have to look for things that will enrich your mind with all the proper way and good way, that you will be able to realize more. That is only the, the starter, yeah. And then the rest, it will come to 38 of them. And at the end is the ultimate freedom. Yeah. So we want to be happy, we want to be free. Correct, huh? Yeah. So how to be happy, how to be free, the Buddha has charted, yeah, the whole journey. Yeah. So what we do is just follow, investigate, and then help ourselves to practice again and again and to realize it. All right. So in this way, we see that on the way that we live, we must have a purpose. Yeah. Without this purpose, then we wander aimlessly. Right? So what your neighbor do, you do. What your friend do, you do. What everybody do, you do. But you don't know why you do. Right? That's why we say aimlessly means just like imagine you are in the ocean, yeah, having a raft, maybe a very chunky one, very high-tech one. But if you don't have direction, to be in the sea all the time, you'll get tired. Right? So still we need to sometimes, park our what they call the ship on the land, so that we can also have that peace, yeah, and cross over them. Yeah. So samsaric cycle is such because our habit, yeah, is so strong that we don't realize. So without purpose, we tend to fall back into our old habit, and that cycle goes again and again. All right. So even as a lay person, yeah, what we seek is purpose. Yeah. First, of course, what? If you want to have family, your purpose is to have a family. Then you want some children. Then you must have work, yeah, to support your family. Yeah. And then with that money, then you can look for what? To sustain your life better, right? So that you can have good health, you can have long life, yeah, have some beauty, yeah, and also aim for what? Status, fame. And then next, we think of what? Good rebirth. Correct? Huh? So these are the things in daily life that we are looking forward to. Not wrong, right? Because we need to earn a living. But when we want to achieve this, there are also ways and means to achieve it rightfully, purposefully, and fruitfully. So we will have discussion maybe later, question and answer, but we'll just give you a tinkle on, daily life. Yes, we still are looking for this, nothing wrong with that. But how do we achieve it, with a good way, even as a householder? And how in a householder life, as we achieve all these things, how does it pave way for us to go to the next state of the mind, that is, a renunciation. So gratification of whatever pleasure that we have, through our six senses, it is there. The Buddha said, or else we won't go for it, because there is gratification for all this pleasure that come to you. But there's also danger in it. And then that's why after that the Buddha speak also about the advantage of renunciation. So for layperson, yes, I say we should do well, in our career, in our family life, in our personal life. And what next can we do, to really develop further? So other things that people misunderstood is sometimes people think that Buddhists they are more sensitive to money. They don't like money. True, huh? Yeah, a lot of people think that Buddhists they don't like money. Always talk about suffering. Right? Yeah. So, but it's not true, Yeah. Chinese will say, 钱不是万能没钱万万不能. So we must have 钱, 没钱万万不能. So, but how do you use your money? That's important. And when you have enough money already, what should you do next? Even as a household, don't go after the 钱 all the time, because in heaven apparently they haven't opened the bank. But hell they opened already. You got hell money, got hell bank and all. But heaven I haven't heard before. So therefore, it is important for us to know, what can we do next? Yeah, even in our household capacity. Yeah, the Buddha mentioned there's 2 levels of awakening, even in the monastic and also in the lay life. Yeah, only part is the arahantship. Yeah, so possibility of awakening is open to all. Yeah, only we must know how, and then after knowing the how, then we must practice. In the past, people say, practice and practice and practice, make perfect. Now we say no. If you practice and practice and practice, and you actually have a long practice, it doesn't make you perfect. Right, no? So you must have correct practice and correct practice and correct practice, then it will make you perfect. All right, so I stop here for, a bit of digestion and contemplation, and then later we will talk more on if you have any questions. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to Venerable Sumaṅgalā for a very delightful sharing that we had from her. Now let's move on to our next speaker, Sister Sylvia, right, to share with all of us present today on the same topic as well. Sister Sylvia, please.
Sorry. Venerable, I am not used to sitting and talking.
Oh, okay.
Especially when I can see that there are so many people behind. And if I sit, you can't quite hear me. I mean, you can hear me, but you can't quite see me. Okay, for those of you who are familiar with me, you know I usually have slides. Colorful, beautiful slides. Right? Today, how come don't have that? Because Ayya Vihara is very dynamic. They come out with topics and it will shift a bit. My slides are for the afternoon. Okay. For this morning, I am taking guidance from Venerable to make sure that we are aligned in terms of topics. Now, when the topic was given to me, it has 2 parts. Living a life with purpose that leads to awakening. And I see this actually in 2 parts. You can live a life with purpose and no awakening. It is possible. In fact, for most people in the world, it is like that. Okay? So I will approach this topic separately. In the same space, but separately. Living a life with purpose. I just want to make this point. Actually, the notion of purpose and meaning is constructed. We all construct all our notion of purpose and meaning. Because in reality, if you look at it, life has no real meaning and purpose. Because you are born, like Venerable said, you're born, you live, you grow up, you have ambitions, you have scores of children, a rich husband, multitude of cars, you have everything, and then you die. Then after that, start again. Like start from all over again. You got born, go through school, go through school. In Singapore, I would say PSLE, very, very good, and everywhere else there are these things. But then essentially it's life, right? If you have no real understanding, you will just go through the wheel, samsara, and you will come again and again in dukkha. Where is the meaning? So I will offer this thought. Meaning is very much constructed. And oddly enough, we are happy with the meaning if we find that our life has pleasure and is delightful. That is why, even though it's short term, some people will find it very meaningful. For me, as a practicing Buddhist, I recognize that life has meaning and purpose when you experience joy. When you experience joy and happiness, for those rich moments you say, meaningful. meaningful. In fact, for many of us, it is all those rich moments of joy and happiness that we say we will want to come again. Like never learn anything, right? We come again so that we can enjoy the joy and happiness. We don't have a lot of wisdom. So for many of us, what we sometimes conflict, we confuse pleasure with joy. They're not the same. Joy and happiness are very different from pleasure and gratification. Pleasure, delight, gratification, they're two separate things. But when we are younger, we may not realize it. Now that we are all older, we know. But when we're younger, we actually don't realize it. And then we just mix the two together, happily just and each other. And we think that life is very meaningful. And having said that, then now the next question is, what brings joy? What for us? What brings joy? What brings happiness? As lay people, there are broadly two categories of things. And actually, Venerable has already made a point. Category one is about relationship. And relationship will be the two types. The biological ones, you have no say. Parents, siblings, relatives, 不是你讲的算. You're born with it, it comes from back. It's what we call coffee 3-in-1. Parents, children, siblings, 3-in-1. They don't say. Okay. Then there is the unique one. The spouse, the friends, the colleagues, the bosses, the ones you make, the relationship you form. And this is where associating with the wise, you have a say. Disassociating the fool, you have a say. This is important. How to differentiate is a different story. We'll talk about this separately. Okay. Let's go back to relationship. You tell me, you all live through it. You tell me, when are the moments you find joy in relationship? It's when I offer you my take based on the Buddha's guidance. It is when we feel love. Make die if you like, love, affection. It's when you have respect, care. It's when you have chaga, generosity. Those are the moments when you would actually feel joy and happiness. So in relationship, a critical component about finding that joy, finding that meaning, is when you have wholesome mental states. When you have anger, that relationship is not nice. When you have anger, you also don't feel good. But if you reciprocate anger with anger, you can see how the world will combust. It will go up in flames. So the Buddha's guidance about cultivating mental states, such as generosity, such as love, metta, especially metta and love. I want to stress, this is not the clinging kind of love. This is the giving kind of love. Metta sits on giving. Okay? Giving and care. And if you have that form of love and affection, and they are powers, they are considered powers because they protect your mind. They protect these mental states, protect your mind. When you have these mental states, your mind is free. For that moment, your mind is free. You're free from apasala, you're free from anger, you're free from agitation, you're free from worry, you're free from regret. When you have love, care, concern, respect, chaga, generosity, your mind is free from all the negativities. When your mind is free from all the negativities, what are you experiencing? Joy. That's why you will have joy. It is about relationship. And in relationship, just remember this. These plus one more, gratitude. In whatever that you do, however you treat people, remember also the gratitude. Why? Because the gratitude will make sure that you focus on the positive. When you focus on the positive, you will experience joy. If you don't have gratitude as a natural mental state, the odds are, as human, Human means you have akusala, right? Unwholesome. That's why you're human, otherwise you Deva. Human means you have akusala. Where akusala is your baseline, what you end up doing is focus on the negative. That is why for most of us, when we go on to internet, social media, view those social media and say, oh, so and so so beautiful, oh, so and so so wonderful. Odds are so and so, you know what he did? And it goes on from there, right? So humans tend to focus on the negative, but if you build gratitude as part of your habits and instinct, you will slowly start to focus on the positive. Because you're only grateful for positive, and that is where your mind moves towards more wholesome, more joyous, a much better space to be in. Okay, that's part one. The second thing that many people are totally concerned about, Venerable said, we love money. I mean, look, face it, we all like money, we're so practicing. We don't love, just like. We appreciate because we appreciate what money can do. Okay, we appreciate what it can do. Now, in the Buddha's guidance, there are actually many suttas teaching us how to earn correctly, legal, honest, through the sweat of your brow, i.e. you work hard. So honest, legal, working hard and causing no problem, no trouble to another. That is how lay people should earn their kid. How do you spend money? Peter also got guide. Peter got give financial advice. In the Sigalo, what did he say? A quarter you spend, one half you save, the other quarter you invest. We do it by this way, none of us will be poor. Of course, he didn't meant for it in financial guidance, but we can take that as some kind of guide. Okay. Separately, in different suttas, he also talked about how you should spend on yourself. Because if you don't spend at least some of yourself, within means financial prudence, it's always about financial prudence. This is in the Vihara Sutta. Financial prudence, so you don't spend more than you earn. Okay? But you can spend on yourself wisely. More importantly, spend on your loved ones. Spend even on your subordinates. Bosses here, feel free to Dana subordinates. Spend on subordinates. Spend on supporting the mom work. But you see, the Buddha was very clear. It wasn't just in his time. He was not the only teacher. So he would say, support the Brahma and the Shramanas, which means people who have left home and pursue a spiritual path. So his words were Brahmana, Shraman, meaning support. In our world, I would say support Dhamma activities, because we are Buddhists here. Support charity, charitable activities, because there are others who need our help. When you do things like that, you find meaning in your money. Because I always tease my friends, my students, I said, your money locked in the bank belongs to DBS, Development Bank of Singapore. Okay? And yours is I don't know what. Malayan don't know what, right? Money not spent doesn't belong to you. Money spent wisely in support of good causes helps both you and others. If you choose to stay on in your lay life, you must work hard, you must amass the resources to do good work. That's where you will find meaning, because you feel joy. Remember this, when you feel joy, you will find meaning. But the joy is not the same as delight and gratification. You must differentiate the two. Joy is the sensation that arises, the feeling that arises when your minds are wholesome. You can say, I don't want to feel joy, I'm above that. But when your mind is wholesome, it will feel it. This is nature. This is science. So it's not for you to say, just enjoy. Okay? And when you have wholesomeness in your mental states, you have time on your hand, you make sure that you are fully sighted, not half blind. Have you heard of this? There are three types, the Buddha said there are three types of people in the world. The fully blind, the half blind, and the fully sighted. Okay? The fully blind are people who have made a mess of their secular life, their daily life, totally hopeless. No money, the whole debt, and so on and so forth. But at the same time, drink, vices, they messed up spirituality. Totally nothing, no precepts, no nothing. Those, the Buddha say they're blind. The half-sighted are the ones who have been successful in their life. They have means, they have ability to look after others, they have fleets of cars. Now, don't laugh at me, why? I'm in Singapore. The car's very expensive. So, they say like, fleets of cars, we know that you, but it's this expression of wealth. Okay, so you have fleets of cars, right? You're so rich, but your spirituality, you cannot guarantee a good people come. You have no spirituality, you have no precepts, maybe not, maybe yes, maybe a bit, maybe what we call the leg precepts, the sort that falls off the leg when you get up. You forgot already. Then the fully sighted. Fully sighted are the ones who in their day life make a success of it, but at the same time, they observe precepts, they cultivate wholesome mental states. This is where the Buddha said, you will be well in this life, you will have a good rebirth. You like it or not, you're going for round 2 or round infinity, hopefully this not infinity. You like it or not, it's going to happen. This is going to happen to us. So make sure that you set in place the conditions to assure you of a good rebirth and not a downgrade. So you go for an upgrade. And I will just add one more line. As Buddhists, we want to return to the Dhamma. So when you chant, your faith must turn on fingers. Okay? You must feel the joy of the Dhamma. You must feel it. You want to guarantee a return to the Dhamma, you have to have joy in the practice. Because the mind goes towards delight and joy, you see. You want to go in the wrong direction, make sure you cross the crossroad, you're like, Dhamma, see the light there, I feel that way. And for that, you have to have the joy and the sattva, the faith in the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. Okay? In Ariya Vihara, it's a beautiful place. Practitioners here in Galo, this is a place where you can really cultivate your mind. With the right guidance, with the right fellow kalyana, the fellow practitioners. Okay, move on. You just have to marshal around, hang around, can't move on. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sister Sylvia. Right. Indeed a very inspiring, very clear message that we have gotten from Sister Sylvia right there. Right. So now we will move on to opening the floor for questions from brothers and sisters of the Dhamma here today. We have actually a microphone held by Sister PC at the back. You may proceed, those with questions may proceed to the microphone. Oh, we have one person is coming up already.
Good morning, well, my question wants to direct to Sister Sylvia. I know that because I heard your talks over the YouTube on the Sumaṅgalā, especially just now you mentioned about how Buddha taught us to segregate our like spending, saving, all this, right? One part we talk about this, and I would particularly want to hear more elaboration on that part. because investment, invest, a lot of people just talk about what are the investment instruments, but maybe, yeah. So it's a bit more money, right? Yeah, but you want to take this, right? So, yeah, I'd like to hear that from you. Thank you.
Okay, in the time of the Buddha, life was simpler. So in the words that he used was, if you are a farmer, you buy grains. So your investment is in grains because you see, in the old days, no banks, no ID loan also. So whatever resource that you have, they are your resource. Whatever that you have saved, they are your resources. So what he was advising was essentially just make sure there are 3 baskets. Although he calls it 1/4 to a half, it's essentially 2 baskets. One for your daily expenses, second for saving for rainy day, but the third lot must go into generating future income. So by generating future income in the old days, really is about if you are a merchant, you're a trader, you need to have resources to buy goods that you can then trade. If you are a farmer, buy grains to plant for the next harvest season. Now, that's it. That was his financial advice, right? For us, in this time, this is Sylvia basing, this is not Buddha, and that's a disclaimer, okay? I am no trained financial planner. I would say, depending on how greedy you are, you like it or not, it's about greed, okay? And for me, my advice is always just not too excessive. Whatever you do in investment, there is greed there. Don't tell me mayo, just like under the bed, no. So the fact that you are saying, how do I increase it? Fundamentally, there is no bar, there's no bar. And I will say again, the guiding principles for me do no harm. Don't invest, if you buy shares, don't buy jewelry shares. Okay, 不是我 you put your money there, 我不是你 right? Nothing to do with killing, nothing to do with breaking precepts. Okay, so even for that, I want to be very clear. Okay, if you are just protecting against inflation, then you put into your treasury bills or your FD or yeah. Then you don't think about it. 不要想了，不要想那么多。Don't spend your time counting money. 是不做垃圾。Open my bank book. I got one stack. Very happily just go through bank books. Yeah, just put it. To me, right, protecting against inflation. That's it. To me, that's the most important. Then everything else is your risk appetite. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm not trained.
Well, we are talking about investment. Yeah? If we look back, although 2,568 years, 8 years ago, the Buddha was a prince. Is a ruler, no? I mean, he was well trained. Not in archery only, I suppose also in economic and finance. Not only in army, that kind of things. Everything. It was well trained. Yeah? So although the Buddha mentioned in brief, spend 1/4 with the families, 2/4 with the investment, and the 4th quarter you must keep for rainy day. I think common sense tells us also, right? You don't overspend with money with the family, and then you don't have investment, and also for a rainy day. Then not only you will bring trouble to yourself, but you also will bring trouble to your family. Yeah. So 2/4, the way I will look at it is, in the investment. Yeah, of course, you need a fund for, let's say, if you are running a business. You also need fund to develop your skills. So I think if in modern life, we also see that companies, so they will invest. Of course, that just now what Sylvia say, when you do investment, it has been investment where the calculated risk is already calculated. So you're very confident that, you will make some money, or in long term, your money will grow silently. But when the time comes, you want to sell, then, it can be booming things for you. But the other thing is that we have to know, the Buddha also mentioned, how money dissipate, right? How money dissipate is through gambling. So if you are doing investment per our modern definition of investment, and it becomes a gambling, then you are at risk, you are in trouble. So don't do that, because the nature of that is gambling, not investment. So in that way, then we can be quite safe on how we want to grow our money. That money can be grown in per se as money grow money. Another thing is money grows skill that make money, or money that lie down doing nothing but make money. So it depends, right? So if you are wise and you have people that who are skilled in this, then definitely your money will grow. So when we want to divide the money that we have, I think it's important, and also you can invest in spiritual currency, isn't it? And when you invest in that, it brings happiness to you. You bring happiness not only here and now, hereafter. There are stories, but we don't know how true it is, but there are stories that says that those who have been, helping donate to build monastery, when they do that happily all the time, their mind state is already building a mansion in the heaven. Because that monastery is going to yield not only your investment will grow, but there are dividend, and that dividend is from generation to generation, isn't it? And even though you are gone from this world, but that continue to grow. So if we look at it more wisely, so there are many aspects that we can see that how do we invest? We should know. So when we know, then we have the skill, then I think, you'll be very happy, to know that what you have been doing with your money is really very, very useful, very purposeful, very meaningful, and very fruitful. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Venerable, as well as Sister Sylvia for the response. Any more questions from the floor? We will give priority to those people who ask the questions from the floor. Otherwise, we will start reading questions that we have also received written. Okay, so maybe we can proceed to reading some of the questions that is being shared, written here. Okay, let's start with this one. My apologies, there's no particular order, right? This question says, this person is asking, we are lay people, we cannot avoid associating with the fools in this world, either in the family or non-family. What shall we do? Who are the fools? Can you please explain more details? Thank you, Sadhu. Will Sister B like to start off first?
The lay one first.
Thank you.
Go on to ask us. Me, I like to make things simple. Because a bit too cheap, hard to remember. Right. Now, you all know the Pali word loba, dosa, moha. Loba is greed, dosa is anger, ill will, and then moha is delusion. Delusion is a bit harder to explain. Okay, just go for greed and anger because you can see. Moha can't see. Okay, moha's in there. Okay. I believe that we all of us, and I mentioned this earlier, we all of us are human means we got defilements. Okay? But the fact that every Sunday or so we come here, or we spend our daily life, devote a bit of the time to the Dhamma, to me, it means at that moment there is wisdom. Every time you spend time with the Dhamma, you have wisdom. So when I say someone without wisdom, a fool, I would say this person is excessive. Excessively loba and dosa. As I said, loba you can see. Odds are, in fact, for sure, not odds, for sure, loba dosa must sit on loba. So if you were to encounter people in your life that is excessively greedy, they can't even see dukkha. They cannot see how they are creating dukkha for others. Okay? So excessively greedy, excessively angry, that's part one. Part two is they allow this anger and greed to infect other people. I may be angry, but it doesn't mean I have to go and infect you, tell you. So if I go around and I gossip to you and tell you things about another and cause some kind of separation, some kind of division, because I'm venting my anger, then actually at that moment I'm being hurtful. I create that karma for myself not enough. Let me have war. Come and join me. Come and join me in perpetuating that karma. So in a very simple way, you can help yourself by seeing for yourself and seeing yourself in a process. If you yourself, a lot of dosa, number one, number two, you go and fling it around and like prove it and then spread around, cause everyone to join you, then at that moment, you're also being foolish. Okay, so that's a pretty straightforward way of doing it. And you're right, in daily life, how do you disassociate? Don't talk too much. It's quite simple, isn't it? They thought then you must make sure there is a earplug filter, what comes in drops down. Okay? And then make sure that it doesn't go in, get filtered, come out your mouth. There are times you cannot avoid being in the company of one. We say do not associate. Sevana, right? Don't associate, not sevana. It means do not listen, engage, internalize, digest. It's not the same that I see you coming around the tree. I mean, you can do that, you do that, but you cannot. Then you very quiet, right? This must be polite, very gracious, gracious. Then I see, then I smile. Then whatever that comes this way, don't internalize, don't listen too hard. Don't learn from it. If anything, you don't learn not to be like that. Okay? So disassociating doesn't mean you run the other way. It merely means do not take in what they say. Don't internalize, digest, as I said, it becomes part of you, and definitely not spread. Okay? Yeah, it's simple.
Thank you, Sister Sylvia. And maybe we would like to hear from the group as well. And
I think just now, Sister Sylvia also mentioned, right? Of course, there are three departments. And also earlier she mentioned that the blind one, half blind, and then the bright one. So we can say the full the category of the blind one, half blind. Yeah, and of course you have a choice to choose. Yeah, it's not that you don't have a choice. You know, the great things about us human, we have a choice. So you know, you don't have to choose suffering. Suffering is there for you, really. So the only choice that you have, choose happiness. Choose the right thing to do. Right? And of course, sometimes, you know, like we say, that's why we say dukkha, you know, association with unloved ones. And that unloved ones is not the second category, you know, it's the first category within your own circle, your own family. Yeah. So sometimes it can be very challenging. But anyway, like we say, you still have a choice. Yeah. So when you learn Dhamma, that's where we say we transform ourselves. Yeah. The Buddha even said, if you don't find someone that is in their capacity of, let's say, morality wisdom, yeah, and happiness, yeah, then you choose to be like one on one. Not, not that because you are becoming like, I don't care really, I just ignore. Not like that. But what it means that you just don't associate in the sense that to take in all the negativity that they have. Yeah, we say we can choose to let them go in the sense of forgiveness. Yeah, and let go of our anger and bitterness. Yeah, we forgive doesn't mean we how to say that we agree with their negativity. Not like that, but we just forgive them. Yeah, because it is tough, not easy. Because every morning before you open your eyes, your mind already tell you you're going to meet this person. Okay, you're going to, whether you want to associate or don't want to associate, you got no choice, right? So means that association is like no choice. But when you associate, you can choose not to take in those negativity, and you also can choose to forgive. Yeah, forgive means you actually let go your anger and bitterness. You still remember that person. Yeah, you still can exercise your metta. Yeah, of course, a lot of people say very difficult, but that is precisely the antidote. If you got fever, you must take fever medicine. Right? If you are facing such kind of person, you have to exercise more and more and more metta. Because for all you know, why you have to face such a person in this very way. Okay? In this life, you have done all the best, but you still have to suffer for that. Then you know it's your past life. So be happy. So you choose not to be happy, and the association will help you to increase what? A lot of very good virtue cultivation, patience, understanding, yeah, and then metta. Yeah, so it doesn't mean negative means negative. So how you look at that as your teacher. So then you can still live, you can still choose to be peaceful, and then continue your journey. Yeah. So if you look at that in that direction, then of course you won't feel. Some people also they experience very difficult things in life, but you still see that they can still smile. Yeah. So they choose not to entangle in the past or entangle in that difficulty. Right? So remember, you have a choice. Yeah, just choose not to take in those what they call states that pull you down. Yeah, always when you know, then uplift your mind again. Yeah, move on. All right, thank you.
It's fun. Venerable just say, and I thought it's a brilliant point. Just think about exercising metta, just a short one. Metta must be practiced all the time. Not when you are angry. Think of metta like sitting back. You didn't say enough metta, it doesn't come naturally. So you've got to do it before, practice, then go spend more time, practice, then yeah.
Thank you so much to Sister Sylvia as well as Venerable for such practical and useful advice, right, on that question. Any more questions from the floor? Anyone? Yes, we have one question on the floor. We will get the microphone for you, Sister Sylvia.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so the last one, I've got a question. Do we really have to renounce to attain good rebirth or even Nibbana?
I go first. The question is, do we have to renounce to go to heaven or to get liberation? Well, of course, to go to heaven, the Buddha mentioned, 5 things, number 1, have faith in the Buddha. Right? Number 2, they practice virtue well. Number 3, they have this giving, charity, generosity. Number 4, they also learn the Dhamma. learned in Dhamma. Number 5, the wisdom that arises in them. Okay, so now this is very simple. So everybody can go to heaven. Just be good. But now the question is that, do we have to renounce? So the word renunciation, you can look at it 2 different aspects. Renunciation meaning that we renounce to become a monastic, right? And train more seriously. And they have, of course, their Vinaya rules to follow to help them to cleanse them from all the difficult or challenging situation, in the sense of keeping their life very simple and focused on the development of the mind. The second type is, a lot of people are missing this point. The second point, when I talk about this word nikama, renounce. What do we renounce? In order to actually lead our life to a good state, and also to liberation from right understanding, it will lead you to renunciation. What do you renounce? You renounce your sensual pleasure. Sensual pleasure. Nikam. You renounce your sensual pleasure. So that is right thought. So if you don't have this thought, then means still have to work on it. So renunciation doesn't mean it take in the form only in monastic, but in our lay cultivation, renunciation also take place. When you have right view or right understanding, naturally it will lead you to this renunciation of sensual pleasure. So if you gauge yourself and now you reflect, if you are gearing towards more and more sensual pleasure, you are not actually renouncing. You are not walking on the path very diligently. Because one key criteria on this is right thought, 3 components. 1 is renunciation of the sensual desire of sensual pleasure. 2 is your metta, right thought. So every time it comes up, it's always a good thought, not a bad thought. Sometimes we also can check ourselves. Sometimes you look at somebody, we don't know them, but then in your mind you say, you. Ill will or good will? So got metta or no metta? Right? It's as simple as that. So you see or not? So right thought. So if you have right view, you understood, all beings are actually suffering in different forms, different levels. They don't need our ear, right? They need our smile. And normally I ask people, how do you know people are happy? They will always tell me, smile. Then you ask yourself, how frequent do you smile? How frequent do you smile to your family members? How frequent do you smile with others? Nowadays, they don't even look at your face. You see a lot? We lost. And you can't imagine nowadays. Even sometimes you ask people to smile, they can't smile. Really, they can't smile. Sometimes retreat, I like to guide them before the metta to just induce smile. Even that, difficult for them to smile. So, how do we treat ourselves? Kind or not? We expect only kindness, or people have to have metta for us, but we don't even have metta for ourselves. Then how are we going to live our life, without that metta? That metta is so important, That is how it brightens our mind. Scientifically, it's proven. When you are happy and you smile, then your brain, they will discharge bright light. Right? They will give you the good feel hormone. Right? So who give us? You can take a lot of pills, but that make you worse. But you just need to smile more. And the more you smile, the younger you look. No need makeup. Isn't it? The more you smile, the more you distress your body. No need to go for gym also. But of course, exercise is good. But you see, it's so simple. But yet we lost this culture. The culture of our body. We don't even know how to take it. So I think it's so important for us. And say, to go to heaven, you must be happy. Some people won't go to heaven. Angry people also won't go to heaven. Not like other people can promise you, you just believe me, I send you to heaven. Yeah. But the Buddha said you got to check on that transition there, that time. Make sure that you smile. I still remember one of my Bhikkhunī teacher last time. She told me her mother, before passing away, the family was around, and she would just look at them, cannot talk, but I can see like she's uttering, with a smile, she was uttering, "Arigato gozaimasu, arigato gozaimasu, arigato gozaimasu." Finish, then she closed her eyes. How beautiful, is it? Yeah. So, in order to do that, then that's why we don't complain too much about life. Every time, give yourself a smile. Yeah, even very tough, very difficult, very tired, just smile. And then you will energize your body. And most of the time when we teach them meditation, one stage is we will ask them to breathe and then smile. And if you ask them, you'll be surprised. I always tell them, okay, just give me one word. How do you feel? Or what do you experience? You will hear all the words: peaceful, joyful, free, relaxed, happy. Only that. Only how many times? Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, smile, breathe out, relax. Sometimes 10 times only. Then everybody will tell you one word. So we don't have to find it so far. It's here. So we need to only activate. Yeah. So like I say, for heaven, renunciation is necessary. Renounce the sensual pleasure outside, but gain the sensual pleasure inside. But that sense pleasure, it does not come from the contact of, you have to look for all this object, but it's within you, your mind. Right? And this aspect of this metta that is in, only we have to talk in. Yeah. So don't be just want to be trendy and be in. Now you have to travel in. Now people very busy traveling out. After COVID, wow, like you see the airport full of people. Still, when during COVID time, all quite quiet. Now after COVID time, wow, all the wild world come back. So got pros and cons too. So you see how our mind, we need the government, we need others to control, but we don't discipline our mind. That is the danger. That's how samsara goes. Right? So very important. Yeah. So important to renounce those pleasure and to seek an internal pleasure that the Buddha said is allowed for them. You want to seek pleasure? Seek the pleasure of mindfulness, seek the pleasure of samadhi and the insight. All right? Thank you.
Venerable, with due respect, going shopping, going lunches with friends, gossiping, these are spice of life. Walking the path and following the Buddha's path can be very lonely if you come to a stage, those are the friends that I will meet, like what you said. So it can be lonely, it can be long, and after a while you feel that you're all alone. So how do you resolve this?
Can I answer that question?
Yeah.
I think I'm more qualified because I'm a lay person. It's not push through at such a difficult time. First, I want to say, Venerable's answers are like beautiful. Just remember those, okay? Now let's answer part 2. Shopping. I know they talk about retail terror. What you do is really weird. It's really weird that at some point, when you buy things, can be quite tiring. You see everywhere. Sometimes it's easy to like zoom in, zoom out. Okay, on track really, on track. You said eating, right? Going out with friends and gossiping. I know those 3 things to say. The spices of life, okay? You don't know that too much salt is bad for you, right? If you have friends from Thailand, that's why I say here very common. All the friends are here. people who are like-minded, desiring to understand the Dhamma. And when you associate with them, you actually feel energized. It's very good. It's a win-win situation. Then you see, but then I'm a lay person, I work in an environment where not everybody is Buddhist. I'm in that environment. I just until 2 days, until the 30th of April, I was working, I'm retired now. Okay. Guess what? Your center is the first place I visit. I just let you know, your center is the first place I visit after retirement. Not even in Singapore, yeah. And to say that even when you are engaging non-Buddhists, you don't have to say, let me explain to you the following. Why you open in the following? The Buddha, by the way, never called it that way. And he did say, okay, our branding. It's 4NT, okay? And 8FP. He never said that. He never said that. He merely explained to you, in his own words, what the mind works, how the mind works. And the Buddha's Dhamma brings joy, whether or not you recognize it as the Buddha's Dhamma. If you internalize the teaching well, and you understand it intuitively, instinctively now, it's part of your baseline, it's part of the way you see the world, then in the manner that you explain the Dhamma, it doesn't carry all the heavy connotations, it doesn't carry the words that it gives people headache. This Dhamma is actually very beautiful. So if you were with friends and you have joy that comes from within, they want to hang out with you, you know. They will want to. Did you know that in the time of the Buddha, every time he comes out, people will crowd around. People want to go to him. People want to go to the Buddhist in the old days. Why? Because when these guys come out, they all know you're going to eat for a good time. It's dopamine color. They don't know why they call it dopamine, they don't have that idea. But it is. They want to hang around him. In fact, you hear the sutta and he says like this, these Sangha the members don't like nonsense, they don't like too much things. They are simple, so we must keep quiet, then you come and join us. So you're a bit more quiet, you come and sit with you. Because your mind is ready to hear the Dhamma. Okay? So my advice to you is one, you look for good friends who are wholesome, you start off with. If they gossip, we really go and associate with fools, right? You don't want to. And then in your little way, in your little practice, you talk about what brings you joy. When you share stories, inspirational stories, little ones, not about you, because you're always talking about you, then you're narcissistic, which is not exactly very attractive, right? It's about how so and so wonderful, this is what they did, what a lovely person. In that little words that you use, you are basically inspiring others in good deeds. You are telling lovely stories, wholesome stories. You're just as spicy. It's just not a spice, just a different type of more appetizing person. Okay?
Thank you once again to the wonderful sharing and advice from both the perspective of the monastic as well as the householder. And in fact, now I can actually see so many more smiling, beautiful faces among the Dhamma friends here now. So thank you. Do we have any more questions from the floor? If not, anyone would like to have a question? The mic is ready. If not, I'll read on to the next question that was written down. Okay, this person is asking, if a person pursues success in career but not happy, how to find the balance of success and happy or joy, especially in the working place? Thank you.
Is you that's
Thank you, Sister.
Great. This person is saying you're pursuing success, career success, professional success,
Success
and then not happy.
Yes, but not happy.
Then you must make a trade-off. Actually, to me, it's very straightforward. I will just make a step at this. Violent step at this. Whatever kind of pursuits The very word pursue tells you craving has gone up. You all know that, right? And you all know that when craving has gone up, you will experience the dukkha. You also know that it's just proportionate. The more intense, the stronger the dukkha. That's all. That's why I said, if you have that as a driving force of life, you need to know moderation. In fact, that's the reason why the first right view, perfect view, samadhi, will be followed by samma, sankappa, right thought. It has to, because you understand this proportionate relationship between your craving, your drivers, your desires, your strife, then and dukkha, you understand that? Then you must ask yourself, how much is too much? This is your call. And so one form of renunciation is to renounce that desire, that thirst, that hunger. You renounce that and lower down the volume. If you can do that, the happiness will emerge again. You see, the Buddha's path is conditionality. You are restrained, but you're already. Conditionality is not the same as willing. Willing is you want, you desire, you chase. Conditionality means when the conditions are there, this is how it is experienced. When the conditions are not there, this is how you will not experience whatever. When this is, that is, with the arising of this, that arises. Your mental states are conditionally arising for a reason. You can't will yourself into happiness. With the presence of certain mental states, happiness arises. In the absence of certain mental states, happiness doesn't arise. It is conditional. The choices that you make must be made with understanding. You understand conditionality, you know what you can do for yourself. You choose to love, you experience joy. You choose to forgive, you experience joy. You choose to respect, you experience joy. You choose to be grateful, you experience joy. It's just like that. Then you say, then how to love? Wisdom. Wisdom, forgiveness, kindness. You need to create, you in your daily life, remember the mental states, exercise the mental states, the joy arises in them. You understand? So you want to moderate dukkha, you have to moderate cravings. You want to experience joy, you have to let go of something. When this is, that is. The arising of this, that arises. Remember this. This is what the Venerable said, you have a choice. You just need to choose correctly, the rest will follow. Okay.
Ayya has anything to add?
Let me kind of share a bit with my own experience. I have been working in the corporate life for 14.5 years. Right? And so I said, success is defined very differently to a lot of people. Yeah, sometimes people think when they earn more, then it's success. Sometimes people climb the corporate ladder, then they say success. Sometimes, like Sylvia said, with many branded cars, that's success. Yeah. Or buying a bungalow, success. Yeah. Or married a very rich husband, success. Yeah. And then children scoring 10 A's, success. Yeah. So how people define success? Yeah. So, but when you go through all this, achieving all this, it's not say no. Yeah. But in life, how do you get there? I think the process is important. Right? You know, sometimes when you even like, you know, you want to do something, some people, their leadership is just, they gear you, they don't care whether you work day or night, whether you got sleep or not, but you must achieve that target. Yeah. And therefore, at the end, yes, you achieve, but then your body is really on a, your mindset is out. Yeah. And what is that success? Yeah. So I would see it as it's very important in life to see the process. How do we get there? Yeah. So, for example, when you want to get somewhere, there's always order to do so. Yeah. You cannot be packing, let's say, you know, that work is 1 month's work and you pack in 2 weeks. Yeah. So then, of course, when you achieve, but then, you know, you don't feel it because you don't know what you're doing. Yeah. Day in, day out, in out, like that. Then after that, okay, over. Then you look back, your mind is still numb and blurred. And so therefore, if we really want to find success in whatever we do, I think the best thing is to look into the process, the order of achieving it, so that everybody along the way are given that space and time to digest, and also to embrace, to reflect, and to enjoy. Yeah, even in the process, you can be enjoying on. You see that the little things that you achieve along the way is greater than the actual achievement. Yeah, that's where you yourself, the whole team, can really feel good. When after finish, you just feel good, you know, because everything just flow nicely. And you know, the memory of coming together, working together, bringing these good things to others, and everybody who come, you know, they can have a smiling face the whole time. Yeah, not that, you know, along the way, you know, all the sour face, and then at the end it's just quarrels. Yeah, and so I think very important to focus on the process. But if you are successful, they say, but then you're not happy, actually you're not successful now. Real success should be, you know, achieving, at the same time, the mental state is so high that you want to forget, also cannot forget, right? And these are the moments that we say in our life, that when you call back, yeah, in whatever situation, sometimes, you know, when they face some challenges or down, when you recall to mind all this, you become alert again, happy again, without anything, you know. But those memory that you make with those achievements can bring you very happy. And so again, like we said, don't take those words success as commonly very burning, because that will bring a lot of suffering. Yeah, because you gauge yourself as something and you think it's success, but actually it's not really true. Yeah? So seek for something that is really meaningful, you know, and the process of getting it done with all the meta, with the skill, you know, with care, and with everybody in mind, that to also achieve this together with a high, good mental state. Right? Thank you.
Right, thank you. I believe the answers given by both Ayya and as well as Sister Sylvia not only answered the person who asked the question, as well as reminded all of us what's the actual meaning of being successful, right? And also for us to reflect along the way, recall, enjoy, and always make the right choices, right? So again, I'll open to the floor for anyone who would like to ask a question. Oh yes, we have one person there. Thank you, Sister Prissy.
Hello, I'm Vihara. So this is not my question, it's actually my boyfriend. Because he really wants to come and fill in with him. So I was just giving my seat, right? So he said, can you ask this question for me? And here, right? So the question is, what are the best acts specifically to redeem one's own karma after having made substantially wrong decisions in life?
Do you like to direct the question to anyone in particular? No. Okay, so it's open to both our speakers. Can I invite maybe Ayya to start sharing first?
So the question is asking, you know, I've done something wrong. How do I redeem them in this life? Most of us, yeah, we do sometimes do mistakes, yeah. Whether by our thoughts, means by the intention, or the speech, or bodily action, yeah. And after reflecting, we feel so regretful, yeah. But we still keep that regret and the feeling of remorse in our heart. So when we are having those kind of states of mind, yeah, the earliest to clear off the battle, right? So a lot of people, we feel shy, we feel shameful, right? And we just think that, it should not be told because, they are not face the consequences of if we are being honest to admit or to be, to confess, yeah, about it. But I think it's important to do that because if we don't do that, it will eat into our well-being. Yeah, so it will be keeping us uneasy all the time. Yeah, karma is such, is not something that we think like one-to-one. Yeah, easily we say cause and effect. Right? But how karma work is so fast, unthinkable. Right? But there are karma, let's say cause and effect that can happen like the moment I say, the next moment it already have the effect. Yeah, they are like now I say 1 week only will take effect. Maybe now I say 3 years later, or now I say 30 years later only will take effect. So, but if one person have commit something unwholesome and they find is not helping themselves. So key thing is number one is to find someone whom they trust to do that compassion. Yeah, because when you say out, then you are relinquishing that bitterness, that remorse in your heart. Simple, let's say, for example, just give you a real story. Yeah, maybe this one is not that person really want to confess, but we give them an opportunity. I was working in a retail line in the past, and as a branch manager there. So one day, my department executive told me they have lost something, and in the camera we know that somebody took it without paying. Just shopper, normal shopper, but greedy. And apparently that person was staying or working around our area in another office. Can you imagine we can trace the thief? Yeah. So we asked the executive to check, this person may come back to the shop. Then we traced, finally we found which office she's in, and she's actually working as a secretary, right? What she did is that she buys something, but then she she also took one of the big sheet that cost maybe 150 ringgit like that. And then she just round, and then just put in the bag and then go off. So how do we get her back to bank? You think possible? Yeah, the rule says when your shopper who steal the thing, if they pass 6 feet away, then only you can stop them. But now she has gone with the things. So I thought maybe I should give her an opportunity to redeem her mistake. So I told her, and then I told her, I said, I'm so sorry. We found out, we said, that one of our cashier who has negligently didn't punch in the item that you buy. And now, because she's only earning, let's say, 800 ringgit, and now she has to pay 150 ringgit. Yeah, so only left how much? So we said, if you need that particular item, do you mind to come back and pay for it? We got issue the bill but not receipt. Means she didn't punch in. We didn't say you steal. Actually, she purposely, with that intention. And finally she came. So I just told her, I said, this thing will be yours. You just pay the 150 and then, kasihan the worker. Then finally she paid. Of course, I didn't tell you are a thief, The fact that she comes is already successful.
Yeah.
Right? Where can you find thief coming back to your center one? Right? And then someone in the office can gentle talk like this one. So finally finished, then I thank her for her kindness to come and sing. So finished already, then I sent her off. So before she go off from my office door, she turned back and tell me, "Can I hug you?"
Oh my God.
And she hugged me and she cried.
Yeah.
So I was lend the shoulder and that. Right? So I say, it's all right, it's over. It's over. Yeah, so sometimes we need to repent. When we have done mistake, we need to repent. Because without that repentance, we will still carry that bitterness, that what we call remorse, regret, guilt, and those are state of mind that bring us down. So be careful. So in our life also we make sometimes a lot of mistakes. Yeah, but then we can choose to, now we know how to forgive ourselves. Number one, there are 3 levels. Yeah. Number one, forgive ourselves. We have done a mistake. Yeah. Sometimes we can forgive others, but not ourselves. So don't be too hard to answer. Yes, we do mistakes, yes, but it was the past. But now we are living now. So we have to overcome that. Yeah, by compassion and admitting our wrongdoing. And then after that, then of course, the seeking for forgiveness, and then forgive ourselves, and then making that strong determination. Yeah. Now having known, having what they call our wrongdoing, the next thing, how do we redeem? Is by doing good things. Not by keeping thinking about the past of wrongdoing. That doesn't help. Yeah. So after that, we aspire to do good things. Yeah. The past is the past. Of course, there are cause or the effect one. We also acknowledge. Yeah, we will face it. But now we plant new seed. We do all the good things. We abandon the unwholesome one, and then we continue our life. Right? Okay. Thank you.
I think that's a perfect answer from Ayya. Not only very clear advice, but we could actually feel the compassion that was so much in there, right? Due to time constraint, I will read the last question that's been written down, right? Okay, this question, talking to friends, we realize that children can consist of teenagers as well as the older ones, tend towards being suicidal, run away from homes, forsake their education and parental guidance. They are as though beyond guidance. How really to deal with them or to help them? Maybe I can ask Sister Sylvia to maybe help this person who asked this question. Thank you, Sister.
This is a kind of problem that takes a long time to fix, and you want me to give you a short answer? Yeah, challenging that. Actually, having said that, I would also say that it's not that difficult to fix. Having said that, this is actually not difficult. Human problems all boils down to mental states. All human problems. And for me personally, whenever I encounter an issue, I always go back to the example. Let me explain before specifically pious less. I go from that angle. Okay. Now what do I do by Ariya, right? The child carries certain views. Parents also carry all kinds of views. There's some langai of views going on. The first thing we need to sort out is to figure out where the views have gone off. And in terms of the views, there will be many types. That's why every time we want to fix a mental issue, you always have that conversation. Sit down, I hear you, you tell me, help me understand what's going on. what is clouding your mind, what is causing you pain. I want to hear. When you hear, you don't talk. This is the other person's chance to really just call the problems. Because until I have heard as much as you can say, and I have heard properly, I can't. It is one of you. It is what's going on in the other person. So when I say Tanya, I'm not talking about the Four Noble Truths per se. I really am talking about views. If I can hear your views and I can understand what's going on, I can start working from there. Sila. Sila fundamentally is about mental states. It's not just about abstaining from the 5 wrongs. It is really to cultivate the rights, the mental states that brings joy and comfort, the mental states that can help others and yourself, mental states. So in trying to help this person, I don't judge. I hear your pain sits on craving. What exactly is the nature of the craving is from the conversation I hear. Okay? Perhaps the craving is about understanding me. Perhaps the craving is about why is my mind so troubled? You know what? I'm fed up. I just go and drink or jump or whatever. Because they don't know how to handle that mind. Okay? And the treatment for something like this is no judgment. They must perceive that you don't judge them. And you're compassionate, and you have metta, and the love for them, and you just have patience. You must have patience to sit it through because they can kind of ramble on and on and on. Okay? Now, the last one, samadhi. It's like samadhi means right? No, samadhi is a quiet mind. So that's when you can bring up your mindfulness and have that objectivity. Mindfulness is a critical component of samadhi. And the sense of objectivity, meaning not judging, but hearing, learning your mindfulness, breathing, watching this breathing, and just listening without judging. If you can master those 3 qualities for yourself, you can help. You cannot master the 3 qualities for yourself, it's very hard. You may get yourself dragged in, chill along. Okay, this is where I'm coming from. Help yourself first before you can help another. Okay? And I am just buying time for Venerable to be ready. I just go with like I shoot off the and I just shoot further then you will hear the jet.
Thank you, Sylvia. Yeah, talking about this, I think it has been a very hot topic all the time. I think some families may experience this. I will look at it at 2 areas. One is, of course, there's a pulling and pushing factor in the family. Yeah, pushing factor in the sense that we last time also we run teams program. So sometimes I'll bring my level down to them. So I ask them this question: what do you think teens like? Very fast, they say handphone. Second question there: what do you think teens like? Handphone. Right? So then I ask them again. I said, beside handphone, can you tell me what does teens like? Freedom. Very clear, short and clear. Then second question, I ask them, normally we approach from the positive first, then let them talk first. Second, I say, what do you think teens don't like? You know what's the answer? We don't like to be told. Here clearly, we don't like to be told. Then other than that, we don't like our voice not to be heard. 2 things, okay? Don't like to be told, don't like not to be heard, okay? And last question, ask them, what do you think teens need? Your answer is, I said, frankly speaking, Venerable, actually sometimes we are also confused. Sometimes also we have fear, but we don't know what we are confused about or what we are fearing about. So then I said, what do you need then? We need guidance. So now if you analyze, what do you need? What do you like? What you don't like? What do you need? Very conflicting. Right? No? So then I was thinking, now become monastery not so easy to teach also. You have to learn, or else you'll be talking there, they'll be shutting their ears, you think they're present. No, they are. Number one, really, they told you they don't like to be told. So I also tell them, I say, oh, you don't like to be told by your parents? You don't like to be told by your teacher? You don't like to be told by your friends? No. So now, again, you get all this information. How do you fix that? How to teach now? You answer, how to teach? Don't like to be told. Right? And they want their voice to be heard. Right? So at the end of the day, then I thought, then they said they need guidance. Not say they don't, but they are confused. Right? And they like handphone. Yeah, they like freedom. So after thinking about that, then I thought of a way. So the approach to reach them, I feel not only for teens, but even for adults. Yeah, because I say information plenty in the internet. They don't need us to tell them now. But what is the approach to engage them to be able to really learn and put into practice, and they find happiness in doing that, and they can realize some good. Right? So at the end, of course, we come up with a program approach is that is, for example, so what we do is that same thing, but we make it into fulfilling the 3 categories now. So what we do is the first session, what we do is that, okay, today, let's introduce ourselves. Let them talk. All right, so they introduce themselves already. Okay, then I tell them, if you have a chance to choose again the parents that you will like, the friends that you will like, the teacher that you will like, what kind of qualities or virtue that you see in them that you want to choose them? Okay, write down. So they write down. Right now, 10. We ask them to write 10. So they write. Everybody write. Okay. After write already, okay, everybody present. So then present, you hear lah. Some got crossover, kindness lah, communication, leadership or whatever it is. Then finish that. That's okay. Now, choose only 3 that you think very important. This is also to help them to see, to know how to make decision. So from 10 to 3, right? Why you say so? Again, then they present. Why like this? Why like that? And one teens even say humanity. So advanced. Don't think that they are, some of them are very mature. So some say respect, some say kindness, some say leadership. Yeah. So you can see they have different perspectives. Now you hear them, right? They say, I didn't say, I just tell them, okay, do this, do that, bit. Then finally we say one only. Okay. Then finish, everybody tell they have one specific quality that they would like to be in their parents or in their friends or with their teacher or whatever. So finally I say, okay, now you say respect is very important, right? You want the people that, around you to be respectful, right? So now I also want you must be respectful. You also want me to be respectful. I want that person to be kind. The other one also want that person to be kind. Then I said, now we look after ourselves. Are we respectful? Are we kind? Because they will be looking at me to be their parents, to be their friends, to be their one. So then let them reflect. And in the end, then only we conclude. Right? So in that way, I didn't teach. I didn't tell them. They themselves come up with whatever it is from their own mouth. Yeah, and they able to hear their peer group. Yeah, so my job is to help them to discover the Dhamma instead of teaching them the Dhamma. Yeah, so in that way, I found, this should be the way how we approach. So the Dhamma is still the Dhamma we are teaching. Yeah. So the first session, I didn't even ask them to take refuge in the triple gem. Then second, third lesson, then only I say, now you say, must be respectful. Yes, we must be respectful of life, must be respectful of people. That's why, the Buddha advises, number one, abstain from killing, from harming, must be respectful. Okay, now we chant. Apanatipata, okay, they are happy to do that. So I think sometimes is important. So we help them to discover. So now parents, don't teach them anything. They won't listen. You have to help them to discover about life, about what is important, what virtue that they can develop. So when they acquire this, you don't have to say anything. They will be living Dhamma. So this is one thing very important. Don't become the pushing factor. So pulling factor. Then anything they will come back, oh, mommy, I have this, mommy, that, so because why? You'll be giving them the journey or adventure to discover. So then they're happy. Second factors I would like to highlight is this thing. We are so much in the internet, and a lot of you maybe may not know. These are the pulling factor from outside, right? Which we can call the dark force. You don't see, but it's lingering around your children or family, sometimes people around. And this come through the internet. And we have these children, very young, 9 years old that time. I said, what do you do for your holidays? I said, play game. So I said, what game do you play? First he said, nanny. Nanny, I don't play games, so I don't know what's that. But you see, they are using family name, nanny. I said, can you show me how what's that game? So that game is about going into an empty house and trying to perceive that the nanny is supposed to be a ghost, okay? So you enter into the house and you guess where the nanny is and you shoot off. You shoot. So when you shoot, and if you get the right shooting means your point will increase. So means you shoot right, even though you don't see the nanny, but your guess is right. So dangerous. The habit of shooting and even don't know what it is, and you get the points. So they get thrilled with that. Right? And then next I said, so then I said, wow, this one very dangerous. I said, you shoot at something that you don't know. I said, this one is still okay. The other one is worse. I said, what was that then? Then he said, Momo. What was Momo? Momo. I said, that one? Oh, that one very, very fierce one and very, very harsh one. You know what's Momo? Have you heard? I said, you never heard? Do you know sometimes it penetrates into your grandchildren? And this Momo is one dark force. They hack into handphones or computers. And what happened is that they will actually communicate with the child. And then what happened is they actually threaten them. They use word of threaten. And what they teach the children is they should not tell the parents. And they teach the children, to do what? Jump. If you're not happy, jump from the building, cut your hands, do all sorts of things. And then they tell them they should not tell the parents because it will go up in them. And can you imagine a child? You'll be scared and you dare not tell. And then they will keep coming and keep penetrating. So some of these children, they may actually, become suddenly, you think they are okay. But deep down in the psychic, they are being threatened. And we do not know. We think they are okay. And this is where a lot of parents do not know. So these are the dark forces behind that penetrate. And after that, I asked the parents, I said, anybody know Momo? Only one parent said, she knows. And apparently, even in the handphone, if you just delete like that, cannot. You have to reformat everything. So these are some of the forces that we say behind that we do not know. Now things are traveling so fast, but what is the action that we can do? I always advise our devotees, if your child is too young, please do not provide the handphone. And if you want to provide, guide them properly, the usage, the functional purpose of it. Other than that, you don't use. Right? So we have to be on guard now. Yeah, because we just give them that handful. In the past, we say don't go out because of drugs or whatever, right? Now you give the drug to them. Right? No? You give the drug to them just because you want to upgrade to a more advanced version. So you give it to your children. So it is indeed very dangerous too. So please be aware, because this has been said many, many times. But I think important for Buddhists, what action do we take? Yeah, don't just flow in with the trend and then get lost. Yeah, so this is a lot of things that we do not know, but behind. I was really shocked, to hear this. We think everything is goody, everything is flowing well, but behind. I think last many years ago, there's also a case in Malaysia, in Kuching. And this particular girl, 16 years old, she thought of suicide. And she put, I don't know whether it's Instagram or Facebook. I said, should I die or should I live? Can you imagine? Still, she got response. 5 hours after the response, it said, die. Then she died. She jumped and died. 8 hours later, they said, don't die. Too late. It happened. It's a real story in Kuching, Malaysia. Right? So you see or not? They just go and ask this kind of people, the pool outside, and of course they become foolish and take their life. So that's why for parents, grandparents, please take note of this. So pulling factor and pushing factor. So now we know that the pulling factor outside is very, very strong. Very, very strong. So the more that we have to practice, right? Now AI some more, right? Good. Right? People ask the children whether they want the parents to become the teacher or AI. They say AI. Why? Because if you ask parents too many times, you got scolded. But AI won't scold you. So the more, isn't it, you have to be a very patient and full of metta parent. Right? And then why AI? Again, they say AI, anytime I want to ask questions, no problem. Right? If you ask parent, it must have certain time. The last thing is why AI? They say AI is not intelligent. Parents, teachers not so intelligent. So now the issue is, that's why we see our generation, the respect. They don't have respect. So how to still inculcate respect? Yeah. So if you do not know, you must be smart. If your children ask you, mommy, what is this? You do not know, ma. So you don't say, you go and refer to Google lah, or you go and refer to AI lah. So that one become their mother, father. You don't know, never mind. Just say, oh, okay. You give mommy a bit of time. Maybe 1 hour later, mommy will lecture you. Still go and Google yourself lah. Then we tell. Don't keep referring them to the tools. So this is where I say, in order to maintain that family togetherness, that supporting each other, respect is a very important thing. If they don't respect, now we say not only they don't respect teachers, don't respect they also don't respect humanity. The more we go into AI, the more we are dehumanized. Right? So for Buddhists, I say never mind. We have to, one, we cannot avoid. We still have to learn, practice. The other side, we still exercise all the good virtue that we have learned, all what the Buddha has mentioned about how we can maintain a good state of mind, that in case the AI collapse, satellite collapse, they depend on satellite. Now too many upstairs already, traffic, a lot too many traffics, and dangerous too. Sometimes they may collapse. So at least we human still are alive and know what to do for our life. Right? Thank you.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Thank you once again, and we're truly grateful for the presence of Venerable Sumaṅgalā as well as Sister Sylvia for sharing with us such insightful information today, right? Okay, to summarize this morning session, which I think it's quite difficult given the time that we have now, which I'm very sure each and every one of you have gotten very precious nuggets, right, and advice from all that has been shared today. But just to quickly summarize it, I guess it is clear indeed the importance of leading a purposeful and meaningful life, guided by the Dhamma, right? We will surely be able to take the steps, the right steps, as well as make the right choices, right, towards liberation in this short but yet precious life of ours, right? So with that, just want to wish and that may all of us continue to strive peacefully in our practices so that we can continuously experience joy and meaning in life and lead a life with awakening. After all, as what Ayya has says, awakening and liberation is a possibility for all of us indeed, right? So with that, I will pass it back to the MC to guide us on our next agenda for the day. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Good. Okay. Thank you very much, Venerable. I am usually more comfortable allowing Venerable, supporting Venerable first. But okay. This afternoon I have slides. So hopefully, minimally, the beautiful pictures will keep you entertained. Okay, spiritual awakening. Okay, this topic is very dear to my heart. I'm very clear in my mind that when we choose to follow the Buddha, when we choose to embrace Dhamma, it is not for these privileged calling ourselves Buddhists. It really is accepting the guidance we want to transform our mind. The Dhamma path is a transformation path. That is why it's called Dhamma Chakra. It's a wheel. A wheel means you go on a journey. It's a journey of self-discovery. So by even choosing with understanding, you see we are Buddhists. I am a student of the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. By even doing that, that in itself is a form of awakening. You actually don't become a Buddhist when you declare yourself to be so. You become a Buddhist this is the path I embrace. That is when, with understanding, you become a Buddhist. Okay, so let's start with the first slide. Okay, a very critical point to remember, and this is something I will always remind people. Spiritual awakening comes in stages. And the Buddha himself describes, the Buddha was brilliant using analogy. I mean, one wonders how he knows about seabed, but nonetheless, it's brilliant. Like the seabed that slopes gradually. The process of mental transformation occurs in stages. It has to come in stages. Because first you have some idea, and then you apply. You must apply what you remember. And when you have applied, it leads to your first awakening. Oh my gosh, it's beautiful. It's like that. It is a process that takes time to unfold, and you will enjoy the process. Okay, so you look in the same way, this teaching and training, it always is two parts. The teaching, the training. That is the two parts.
Teaching is your understanding, training is the application. It's how you apply the teaching into daily life. It will training, the same way it is teaching and training. The penetration with enlightenment comes from gradual training, progress, and practice, not abruptly. I wanted to highlight this also to remind everyone here, especially the practitioners. I know, I too am one. I was impatient. So must be gentle, patience. Okay? Your first awakening for a lay person, anybody, even for practitioners, the actual first awakening to me, and it's also apparent from Satipatthana Sutta. In Satipatthana Sutta, we talk about the mental states, Dhamma, awaken to the mindfulness of Dhamma. You recall the first one is Nivaras, which is unwholesome mental states, sort of. Okay? It's the practitioner unwholesome. So actually, in daily life, one has to be very aware of the arising mental states. I use the word awaken to wholesome, unwholesome. Maybe say, no, unwholesome, I'm very aware. Right? Because you are angry, you are very resentful, or you have jealousy, all these mental states are very powerful. Yes, you're aware, but you're aware of the anger, the frustration. You're not aware that this is unwholesome. It's bad for the mind. It's a staining on the mind. And in the moment when you are caught up with the akusala, you have forgotten what they are. Actually, that's what happens, you see. We have forgotten the Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha. If you had remembered the Buddha, and if you had remembered Dhamma and Sangha, the moment you see the arising of akusala, what would you do? Purge. Done it. Prevent it from coming out. You would have done that. But no. It sneak up on you. Then like a ninja, it fell you, then you collapse, and then it overwhelms you. That's why we get overwhelmed by akusala. So being awakened is to be awakened to the origin of it, to be awakened to your own faltering steps at that point, and to want to purge it. So you must be awakened to the danger of the akusala and the desire to purge. So my question is, are you aware of your akusala baseline? Meaning, on a daily basis, at any one time, is your mind leaning towards akusala or kusala? Are you aware of that? Are you 60-40, 60% kusala, 40% akusala? It is 40% also tak jalan, too much already. Meaning, 40% of the time, you are angry, agitated, complain, whine. That's not very good. We should try and bring it further down. Bring that side further down. It's a question, how aware are you? Be aware of that. And really, on a daily basis, you recognize, you stop. Must recognize, you must stop. Stop how? Stop by not thinking of it. Drop it, let it go. Don't go and be a good friend of akusala, sit with it. Okay? So I have to keep going. Next one. How quickly do you abandon? How sharply and how carefully, how energetically do you stay wholesome? Then if I were to ask you this, it's just for academic reason. Okay? If I were to ask you this, what is your strongest akusala, your strongest kusala mental state? Can you tell me? Yeah. Very good. Gratitude. Who else? What is your happiness? Not happiness a consequence of it. What is your strongest kusala? The one that comes out fastest for you? Respect, metta. Oh, metta. That means your samadhi must be very good. Compassion, very good, but it comes out all the time. Do you see a lot of pain around you? Oh, shut up. Okay. And goes on. For me, personally, my instinct is sattva. Faith. Sattva. And the reason for me, sattva, is I think of the Buddha, my tears will come. Oh, joyous. So if it is your natural habit, the moment your mind lands there, the joy will come. It must be fast, it must be spontaneous. Why must be fast and spontaneous? Because you got kusala. When kusala arises, then boom, the thing should disappear. It must be like that, this kind of pattern. This kind of pattern then is considered ada plus. This is the one where I want to stress. Sattva is extremely powerful. Just as a reminder, I know we are in the age of science, we see sattva no harm. But I tell you, are you aware that there are two mental states mentioned as a prelude to stream entry? They call it the Dhamma follower and they call it the faith follower. Faith follower, the Buddhist description of love and devotion to the Buddha, my Sangha. So cannot see sattva no harm. Sattva is extremely powerful as a mental state that literally will carry you into the street. And when you are in the street, sattva, power of sattva, it dismantles the fetters. So it's very powerful. Then you say, how do I bring sattva? Ihipasiko? Sit with Ayya. Sit, because here in this space is Buddha Dhamma Sangha. Come learn, come go, and come build that sattva, the faith. Sattva, one powerful superpower of sattva is it keeps the mind soft, keeps it relaxed, keeps it light. If you die with sattva in your heart, maybe higher, depending on how strong it is. Depending. So you got own karma, okay? But it has that power. The story of this executioner who spent his entire life slaughtering people for the king as a state duty, sat next to, when he was Sariputta, right? Yeah. Okay. He was sat next to Sariputta, I think it was Sariputta, but you know I get my arahants wrong. And he couldn't concentrate because he couldn't hear the Dhamma. He was so distraught by his own lifelong killing. But Sariputta asked him, don't know where Sariputta or Buddha, asked him, did you intend to kill? He said, no, it's my job. Then he said, you must forgive yourself. Forgive yourself, repent, forgive yourself, let it go, move on. Because of that advice, he could hear the Dhamma. He died with joy inside. Very soon after that, he was gobbled by the bull, I think. In India, very aggressive bulls. So he was gobbled by the bull, he died. He appeared in Dhamma inside. For someone, I'm not encouraging you to kill, I'm just saying that the power of that sattva was able to buy him a reprieve. It was sattva in the teaching, it was sattva in the arahant there in front of him. So powerful, very, very powerful. Okay, next. The other mental states, if you don't remember anything else, the other mental states you must remember is charga, generosity. And I love this little
stanza. Mendicants, you see the word mendicants, it means it's a translation by Ajahn Sujato. These three people are found in the world. One who is like a rainless cloud, one who reigns locally, and one who reigns all over. The person, the charter we are building must be the one that reigns all over. If you are a rainless cloud, you have no charter, nothing. You give nothing away. Reigning locally is what most of us do, which is to look after the guys who are next to us, who are family, who are friends. But the one who reigns all over is indiscriminate in his charter. And that's what the Buddha said. Charter should be a natural mental state. Natural. It arises spontaneously and it allows you, it helps you to forgive, to let go of kusala. It's actually charter that does it. You may think, charter, giving money, giving things. No, more than that. Charter is, apart from material giving, time, energy, that's immaterial, but also in forgiving. Why? You're letting go of your anger. Chaga is letting out, allowing things to be. So when you have chaga, it means you are building kusala as well as practice. It's practice letting go. Okay? These are two key mental states that you want to be mindful of. They're not difficult to build, to cultivate, but they are necessary. Next. Sati, Samadhi. If you have those two earlier ones, Sati, Samadhi should be natural. Because all these mental states, with the right condition, they arise naturally. So I know there's all this fixation with meditation. Meditation in English, I prefer to use the word sati and samadhi. And the reason is because meditation to me is verb. It's an action. Close your eyes, sit in the corner of the lines, very quiet meditation. But no, I'm looking at it more as samadhi, which is a stillness of the mind. The mind going quiet, not many thoughts arising, the mind settling down and being at peace. So then the mind is quiet. That's samadhi. And that will come naturally when all your kusala is ba. Full. The Hokkien word for full, and in Cantonese they call it bao. Yeah. Kusala mental state bao, you'll be fine. Okay. Dhamma. I think we can, yes. Reverse. Okay. Please tell me when I'm running out of time. How do we experience life? I think that's a question that is worth reflecting. Because the Dhamma is really about life. The Dhamma is not about concepts. The Dhamma describes how our mind works. In both ways, it describes how the regular mind works, which is the micca, ditthi, and so on, micca everything. And it describes how to correct the habits and the instincts of your regular akusala leaning mind, leaning. It's not akusala, it's just leaning. Okay? And the Dhamma explains how to fix that. Okay, so that's why I want to pause here to say this, and then now you see. 5 grasping aggregates. Some of you are familiar with it, many are not. Correction. Some of you are not familiar with it, many are. Positive, that's better. sometimes we don't pay enough attention to these aggregates. I mean, we know what they are feeling, perception, we know perception. Shankara, quite volitional formations, which is like we say we do understand, but you know, in the practice, when your mindfulness is very sharp, what you want to observe is the arising and the fading away of sensations, of samya perceptions, of the habits of the mind to talk. Even sometimes just looking at your bodily aches. Why did the Buddha ask us to spend our time looking at the aggregates if they were not important? They are fundamentally very important. You want to talk about practice? You want to talk about spiritual practice and vipassana meditation or any kind of meditation? Really, you are looking at having a mind that goes quiet so that that quiet mind can look at the aggregates. Observe these aggregates slowly, patiently. Observe the impermanence, dukkha, and anatta of the aggregates. So if you are into the practice, if you are into this practice and you're very serious about it, you want to be able to recognize the characteristics, the three characteristics of the aggregates. And you are awakened to it, meaning at some point you may not be paying attention, you're just going through the motion, you're experiencing your Vedana, you're experiencing the feelings, pleasant, unpleasant, neutral, you go on and on and on and on. But suddenly you're awakened to this feeling, it arises, it fades away. Another feeling pops up, takes its place, arises, fades away, and so on, and so forth. You keep seeing all these. Six sense spaces, again, appears in Ti-Vandana. You're awakened to it. Look, we hear, we see, we smell, we taste, we touch all the time. And we think all the time. But how often do you just look at them as an object themselves? Very rare. Like some, very rare. It's sound and you run. It's sight and you run. You might just run. But here you're looking at sound and you stop. Reflect. Sight and you stop and reflect. And it goes on. Okay? Anicca is impermanence. Dukkha is typically translated as suffering. Anatta, soullessness, substancelessness of the aggregates and sense spaces. What it means is that in your daily life, if your mindfulness is sharp enough, you're awakened to the mindfulness being clear, you are very aware, you're very present, you will actually start to see the aggregates or you see the sense spaces in terms of its true characteristics. Not in terms of the way we kind of fly and flow and drown in the world. You are able to stand apart and you observe with detachment all these sensual mental activities that can grip the mind. You become awakened to them and become awakened specifically to how they keep ending. You see, in daily life, the way we live our life typically is to focus on the pleasure, focus on what we remember of the pleasure, focus on how we will enjoy and remember enjoying. But if you were to focus on the cessation of the pleasure, see how whatever good feeling ends, whatever you enjoy ends. If you focus on the end as opposed to the beginning, how you see the world will be very different, right? Your attachment will be very different. Instead of seeing this guy, oh, will you see him again? I use the word he, but if you're him, just use the word her. Him or see her, okay? We focus on finish, die. Your narrative, your perception of the world will be different. Okay? Next. If you are able to do all this, you are cultivating Ayya, wisdom. Okay. Sorry, I have to keep going, right? Awaken to the Dhamma. Fundamentally, the Dhamma is the Four Noble Truths. Now, you will say Four Noble Truths. Okay, I know already. I can memorize them. I can recite in Mandarin and Pali and English. Then after that, why we not realize how come we still haven't entered stream now? Why? Do you know the Four Noble Truths is your baseline? You know that, right? It's your understanding has to be baseline. What does it mean when the understanding is baseline? It means that the Four Noble Truths must become a part of your sanya. It has to be your sanya. But you know, our sanya is not Four Noble Truth. Our sanya is not. Our sanya is very much in the world. Okay, what do I mean by that? Okay, you know Tilakana, right? Impermanence, dukkha, and anatta. I just give you one just to give you an idea what I mean by say you're not awakened. Okay? How many of us went to bed last night thinking we will never wake up? Nobody goes to bed. I didn't either. Nobody goes to bed saying tomorrow we won't wake up. Joy. You don't have impermanence in your mind. You don't have, because if you have, you're constantly mindful of your expiry date. Why do you think the Buddha asked us to reflect on the 5 things? That I will grow old, that I will forsake, that I will ujobo. The intent of the 5 themes. Number 4 is, I'll be separated from loved ones. And number 5, karma. The only thing coming with me into the next birth, karma. These 5 reflections are intended to change your baseline, your sanya. Four Noble Truths is supposed to perform the same function. It changes your baseline. It changes the sanya. Because if it doesn't change, you will always revert to this pattern or whatever pattern. It has to change. And it can change only with constant reminder. That is why when the Buddha says reflect, what do? Reflect. Because there is a reason for that. It has to change the sanya baseline. You can change it, you'll be awakened to the Dhamma. You cannot change it, then you are still stuck in the old software. So in the age of AI, you must use the new AI language. What we are doing is changing software. And you have to overwrite that software. And you overwrite by a constant reflection of what he said you must reflect, then you must reflect. You do it well enough, the mind will start to switch. When the mind starts to shift, start to switch, the day will come when you're awakened to anatta. You're awakened to the rest of the world. So understand dukkha, yeah? Continue, just continue. Abandon craving, experience sensation, cultivate the mental states. Those are the 4 verbs used in Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta. Understand dukkha, abandon craving. When you understand dukkha, you will start to moderate, right? When you start to moderate, eventually, for a split moment, that craving settles. At the point when the craving settles, you experience a taste of nirodha cessation, a taste of it. Because you're not Arahant, only can sample, cannot bring home, sample, taste of it. And you realize for yourself the importance of cultivating the correct mental states, which fundamentally is the effort. If you can do as he guided, you will experience for that brief moment, it's a temporary thing. For every time you can abandon, you can let go, you can moderate, you can be content. Every time that happens, the mind experiences a taste of peace and quiet. At that moment, it's your liberation. But all these are small letter, not the big one. But many, many small ones eventually leads to the big one. Gradual one, remember? Gradual, okay? So when you are working on the process of transforming the mind by adopting these mental states and cultivating them with understanding, such that they become permanent, more permanent features in your mind, then what will happen is the mind leads towards positive. It leans towards peace. Okay? It will lean towards positive, then it will translate into how it comes out of the mouth and your action. You can say, I'm trying to restrain and restrict, the mind can be naughty. So you've got to fix up here. You do both ways, you do both ways. Act with restraint now, then eventually restrain for real, because the mind has been cleaned up. What I will call fake it until you make it. No, don't fake to yourself. Yourself that must try. Speak calmly, speak wisely, speak with restraint, time here. And eventually it becomes a habit of the mind. Okay? Oh, that's it. Oh, that's it. Okay. So this awakening, as you can see, it comes in stages. First, the raw material, the raw level. Right now, here and now, kusala, akusala, be clear. Then, want to help yourself grow on the kusala path? Start with the mental state that comes most naturally for you. Work from there. Buddha gave you a whole bunch of that. You can start working from there. Brahma Vihara is one set. Sattva is always the beginning set. Always the beginning set. Cultivate from there. Sila goes with Sattva. They are a pair. Sattva without Sila not very strong. No, correction. Sila without Sattva not very strong. But the real pair is actually Sattva and Ayya. Which is okay. There's a different story altogether. We can always go there subsequently. But back to the mental states, pick the ones that comes naturally for you, cultivate them, make sure it becomes very natural for you. Then use the mind that is beginning to go quiet to then understand your aggregates, understand how the mind works, begin to look into the Dhamma, have that clarity, and then you are setting in place the condition for awakening, the true awakening. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sister Sylvia, for that amazing gems of wisdom. It was so interesting. I think I can hear if a pin were to drop, the audience was so focused on your talk. Thank you so much. So now we shall invite Venerable Sumaṅgalā for the Dhamma sharing.
Right, so afternoon session is always challenging. Yeah, just now I hear the word of kusala and akusala. So I'd like to relate a joke when one of the devotees made in Sabah. They say one time the colleague was very angry and scolded some,
harsh word. So he smiled and he looked at him and said, "Aku salah, aku salah." Friend thought he was at fault, and he admitted that he salah. Baba is trying to say that aku salah, unwholesome. Yeah. So there was a joke, aku salah. So you can remind yourself every time when you are in the wrong side of your mental state, you have to remind yourself, aku salah. Really salah, no? Unwholesome. Yeah. And then you can switch, yeah. So just now we also heard, this morning I have told you two way of life of cultivation, but in any way, one of course is more intensified. The other one also need that kind of intensity for cultivation. So we look at the teaching, the Buddha said it's not abrupt, yeah, it is cultivated, yeah, gradually, meaning you need to go through step by step, and there's an order to do that, yeah, and that's where when we say how the Buddha became Buddha, because of the Dhamma, the truth. So what is this truth? Yeah, in everything there is an order, yeah, and this order is, of course, the Buddha discovered is not one identity, but it's a conditional arising, yeah, conditional arising. So what we need to do is to know the order, yeah, means to know the truth. And here the Buddha said, if you really want to be free, then you have to adopt the Four Noble Truths. That's the order to free you, yeah, from this samsaric cycle. So this morning we also talk about first the Buddha normally teach and preach to lay people. And the Buddha will talk about, sensual pleasure, the gratification of sensual pleasure, yeah, the benefit of going to heaven also. And then last one, the Buddha will talk about the danger of sensual pleasure, and then the advantage of renunciation, right? Then how do we get there? See the word? Gradual training. It's training. Yeah, from young we are trained, right? A baby have to be trained how to stand, how to walk more properly. Yeah, so that their leg can really strong. If the parents are very worrisome type, then the children's leg won't be strong. It's true. Yeah, you need to allow that process of strengthening. Yeah, so time helps to strengthen, but of course that is also in the order. So you might have certain time to make that happen. Just like, for example, if you want to bake a bread, right? You need to knead the flour, everything to make it solidify, and that takes time, right? With the water and every condition that mix together, and you have to knead it properly, and then only they can be settled. Then other order is that we have to put, we call it the benign, to make it more, yeah, to expand even more. Yeah, and you have to allow time to do so. You cannot just put 10 minutes, that's it, and you want to bake. No, the order is, let's say you need to leave it for 30 minutes, you have to leave it for 30 minutes. In 40 minutes, you better put it 40 minutes. If you put 30 minutes, your bread are not going to come out exactly the best, right? So everything has its order, right? So we know that when the Buddha talked about this Four Noble Truths, yeah, Four Noble Truths, the first thing, the Buddha haven't talked about Four Noble Truths, no? The first thing when he rolled the Dhamma, yeah, the setting forth of the Dhamma. Number one, the Buddha said, don't go and indulge in sensual pleasure, the extreme indulgence. Second one is, don't go to the extreme of self-mortification. So this is the first teaching. Don't go to these two extremes. Then follow the middle path. Yeah. So follow the middle path. So middle path here is not the middle path that we think that if I do extreme on something, then I take lesser, that means middle path, right? For example, if you say you like to drink, right? Last time you drink four glass, now drink 2 glass.
Yeah.
Not middle path. You think it's middle, right? Now I drink 2. Correct, no? But in the training itself, we know is not the middle path. So middle path, the Buddha mentions specifically the Noble Eightfold Path, none other than the Noble Eightfold Path. Right? So don't pandai-pandai sendiri cakap, right? Oh, I practice like this, so I'm practicing middle path. So great, huh? Right? But that's not middle path. Yeah? So middle path is none other than the Noble Eightfold Path. Yeah? So this Noble Eightfold Path, again, we come back to the word gradual training. Even in the Noble Eightfold Path, it's a path of gradual training. And what are these gradual training? For the monastic, the Buddha mentioned very clearly, it's a threefold training. A person who wants to walk the spiritual path, necessarily they will go through this training called threefold training. So what is this threefold training? Is Sila, Samadhi, Ayya. Right? So as a lay person, when we say we start with Changa, generosity, then Sila, and then Ayya, based on Bhavana. Right? So just now I think Sylvia mentioned the word meditation. For me too, I don't quite like to use the word meditation. It's so diluted. Sometimes people ask me, Venerable, can we do dance meditation? Dance meditation. It's so diluted, the word, everything they just want to tie to meditation. Very in. But the Buddha mentioned bhavana. Bhavana means it's a cultivation. Cultivation means you need to put effort. You need to train from akusala to kusala. And you need to consistently check. And then see whether you are on the right track or not. And that's how you develop until you can make it as a default mode. So this is very important to know. Cultivation of the mind. So means from generosity to virtue, morality to bhavana, mental cultivation. So it won't run. What kind of meditation? And this meditation, the Chinese will say, 静坐. So 静静坐. Is that correct? Can you cultivate the mind? So therefore, that's why people do not know how. But because we also do not know, and people say like that, then we just follow, right? So now we know, because the Buddha specifically mentioned, from generosity to morality, then to cultivation of mind. So specifically, threefold training is Sila, again Sila, Samadhi, Panya. More specific, there is Samadhi coming in. Means Bhavana, mental cultivation. We know that in the Noble Eightfold Path, what constitutes the Sila? Right speech, right direction, right livelihood. This is Sila. The next one is Samadhi. Samadhi, then we talk about right effort, then right mindfulness, and right Samadhi. The Panya is the right view, and then the right thought. So these are the specific cultivation that we need to do in order for our mind to develop. It cannot be just listen and then we can't even remember. A lot of people sometimes I purposely ask them after they listen to a Dhamma talk, I say, so what do you learn? Then they can't remember what they learned. Right? So, but not too bad, like the Buddha said, if you see, to those people who want to cultivate the mind or listen to the Dhamma, you can see that where you are, right? So I used to quote this one also in one of the suttas, the Buddha mentioned that if you look at life, how people spend their time, you can see that how many people actually that you see, when they are born as a human, they take opportunity to cultivate the mind. So the Buddha said, like of all the beings that are born, which are born more in the sea or on land? In the sea more, right? So less are born on land, right? The less are born on land one, which are more? Human or other creatures? Other creatures more, right? Human are less, right? So you're among the very fortunate one, born as human. You have this capacity, right? So being born as a human is very rare, really. So out of this brain born as a human, which one more again? We cut short the one, the one that go to temple or the one that don't go to temple? Which one more? Huh? Don't go to temple, right? Don't go to temple more, right? So again, you're very fortunate, right? You are the few that come, right? Now you ask again, yourself, the one that very few that come to temple, which one more again? The one come festive time or Dhamma time? Which one more? Festive time. Now, very fortunate, you are the few again, that come for Dhamma. Then again, you ask yourself, which one more? The one that come to listen to the Dhamma, which one more? The one can remember the Dhamma or the one cannot remember? Now you have to ask yourself already, which one more? See? So now you should be the one that remember. If not, Sylvia said, I have been spending 20 years and you don't remember the Dhamma that I shared. Right? We have been teaching for so long. So that's why very important ingredient in training too. Learning the Dhamma, come to see the Sangha, listen to the Dhamma, and remember. If we don't remember, then how are we going to practice the Dhamma? Right? We may be listen for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, but still not in practice. Because the Buddha asked further, okay, the one that feel, that remember the Dhamma, which one more? The one that put it into practice or the one that don't put it into practice? The few, so the one that put it into practice, very few. Then the Buddha asked for that few practice, that practice, which one more again? The one that put into practice again and again, or the one that practice one time only? Right? Some don't even put into practice, or correct? Some put into practice and don't want to experience miracles. So again, the one that practice and practice and practice, which one more? Again, the Buddha asked, the one that get into samadhi or the one that don't get into samadhi? The one that get into samadhi, which one more? The one that get first stage of the samadhi or the one that don't get to first stage of samadhi? Then like that, into insight. So we say training, gradual training. So as a practitioner, as a Buddhist, we are very fortunate. We have all these order steps shown to us. In the past, we say, Mang Thou Wu Ying, Chong Liu Chong Hei, Chong Mat Si, Now we are not Mang Thou Wu Ying, So don't become Mang Thou Wu Ying again. We already know. The Buddha showed us the path. Sometimes when we reflect, like Sylvia said, when you think of the Buddha, how great he is. And the more that we know, that we don't know. Right? And how great the Buddha is, the expand of his knowledge, his experience, the truth that he discovered. How can you find volumes of that? Nobody can fight with that. Right? And we are so fortunate still to seek all this teaching. But as a seeker of Dhamma, what have we do? We want to be awakened. But are we walking the path to awaken? Right? So all this we need to know. So after knowing, we must put into practice. Then practice and practice and practice. Not only one time. Practice and practice and practice. And the Buddha also said, don't be complacent. Even if you attain stream entry. The Buddha even said, don't be complacent. Go all the way. So this training that we know, of course now we have so many things, right? And Malaysia especially, we love rojak. Everything here and there, and then after that, at the end, when you do bhavana, you get confused. Go nowhere. What more about samadhi? Right? What about insight? So therefore, we have to come back. Everybody, I think on this floor, everybody heard about Satipatthana. right? Everyone. But how is it being practiced? Yeah. So look again. What the Buddha describe, what the Buddha instruct. Yeah. So follow. Right? Don't understand? Ask. Clarify. Yeah. So it's so important. Yeah. So the training that we say is a threefold training. Yeah. And now come back to our lay life. How do we practice then? Just now Sylvia has mentioned. Yeah, I think specifically I would like also to highlight on the right effort. Yeah, right effort. So right effort here, again, I say I'm a lay person, Ayya, I cannot be like you, you're monastic, you got all the time, right? People offer you food, then you got no worry, you can practice, right? We, have to take care of the house, got to clean the house, got to do this, got to do that, but same, whether Ayya thinks of awakening, you too are thinking of awakening. But you choose, we welcome, but you choose, to remain lay life, correct or not? So you see, only got one seminary, so long, after so long, right? So the key thing is, okay, how do we practice in our daily life? Yeah? Again, very easy. Like just now Sylvia mentioned, number one, have faith in the scripture. Yeah. But this faith that the Buddha said, yeah, if you taste the Dhamma, really taste the Dhamma, you will not be shaken anymore. Yeah. You will have full faith. When I say full faith means what? You will always be in the Buddha camp one. You won't join the Mara anymore. Right? But if you always join the Mara, you know how faithful you are. You may chant Buddhang Saranam Gacchami, but actually, what? Handphone Saranam Gacchami. You spend so much time on the handphone, but you come to practice, no time. Do you know which refuge you are taking? Buddhang Saranam Gacchami or the handphone Saranam Gacchami? You ask yourself, right? So therefore, you have to know, what are you cultivating? What danger have you done for yourself? Be aware. Because life, as you said, the Buddha said, even the Buddha asked a monk, how do you cultivate Maranusati? This is encouraged to cultivate every day. And so one monk said, oh Lord, I practice like this Maranusati, means recollection of death. I said, today, either daytime or nighttime, I might die. Okay? So monk number one says so lah. Monk number two say, oh Lord, I cultivate. As I eat this mouthful of food, I may also die. Right? Then the third monk said, oh Lord, I cultivate in this way. As I breathe in, I may not breathe out. That's how I cultivate about Maranusati. So the Buddha said, yeah, the monk number one, number two, still not cultivating Maranusati. You may think today I may die. Today got 24 hours. You are still delaying, you are thinking still got 5 time, right? But the Buddha said, the one that cultivate, now I breathe in, the next moment, I may not breathe out. Or I breathe out, the next moment, I may not breathe in anymore. So that's how we cultivate Maranusati. Yeah. Why we cultivate? Because then only you know the urgency. That what state of mind are you in? Yeah? If you close your eyes, every time you close your eyes, wow, it's like, hey, well, then you know, very dangerous. No need Ayya to tell you, you know yourself. Right? So if you close your eyes and it's very calm, very peaceful, joyful, good state, then okay lah, heaven is there for you lah. Right? Because good state of mind. So the next thing that the mind will grasp is also good. And then the next thing I will say, habit. So it's again training. So if you are habitually, every morning, let's say you wake up, you meditate, or you chant, right? And then at breakfast, you eat mindfully, and then, and you do your things mindfully. You have cultivated the habit. And our body have a clock. Do you agree? Every time if you wake up at 6, you will wake up at 6. No need alarm, right? So when time for makan, you also automatically you go and cari makan already, right? So it's habit. So it's a habit that we cultivate, means the action that we keep doing repetitively, that becomes a habit. Yeah. So if you do it habitually, then it becomes your character, right? Your character. So if you planted all the kusala action, it becomes your habit. Yeah, but it becomes your habit anytime. Yeah, if anything were to come, that mental state will start to run. Yeah, and so if you are always cultivating good habit, then you don't have fear or worry. Right? But if you have a very bad habit, then you will have fear and worry, and that state of mind is not wholesome. But not wholesome, it leads to downfall. So what we want is uplift, not falling down. So therefore, we say when the mind is geared towards this noble eightfold path, then it's leading to good state of mind and leading to also good people. Right? If liberation hasn't come, but at least we guarantee ourselves to that state and to that path. And of course, making the aspiration to continue until we attain the final liberation. So this is very important. It's about training the mind. Yeah, without training, the mind become one. Yeah, we already inherited a lot of past unwholesome habit, but nevertheless, as you all sit here, you also have a lot of good habits. So now we, in summary, like the Buddha said, the Buddha said, not to do all evil, to cultivate good, purify one's mind. Again, purify one's mind. Most of us very busybody to purify others' mind. Very busy. That's why you have a lot of complaints, comments, and all these things. Before anything, you would like to also tell people already they are wrong, right? So Buddha say, easily is to see others people's fault, but not one's fault. Sometimes we are at fault, no, but people tell us we keep saying no, because we cannot see our own fault because it's so habitual. It's a character already, right? Sometimes maybe your spouse or your children, or your parents tell you something, to rectify your behavior. You will say, I'm like that one. What do you try to tell? I cannot change. I'm like that one. You have to accept lah. Right? Even I'm bad, you have to accept. Yeah, I'm like that one. So you be careful. If you always say these words, you know that you are stuck with unwholesome habit, and that is not helpful for you. Yeah? That causes you suffering. It causes your family members suffering too. It causes your community suffering too. So therefore, we have to change, retrain. Retrain our mental habits and retrain our physical behavior, and all this will help us to reform and make changes again. So in the past, we always say to abandon the unwholesome. I say now we all more must change our lingo. We must delete, our unwholesome habit, and then of course, after you delete, it will go to the trash bin, right? I don't even keep there. I said that one also you have to empty, or else sometimes it can come out again, so dangerous. So those process we have to really let go, uproot, and then we'll be able to at least have more safer journey. For a layperson, I say it's not that difficult. Already you have 3 refuges. Remember, Pudang Sarananga Chania, don't handphone Sarananga Chania. For else, we all talk and talk, then no change. And then next one is the 5 precepts that you keep. Right? Everywhere you go in the Buddhist society, you start with Panatipata. So as you recite, like Sylvia said, you must recite faithfully with your heart. Because why? These are principles of life. Of course, last time people translate as precepts, very, very Christian-like, like commandment. But actually, I will look at it as a principle of life. This principle, like somebody asked the Buddha, Lord, we all, lay people, we wish for long life. How can we have long life?
Then the Buddha said, well, if you wish for long life, firstly, I will ask you, do you think other people also wish for long life? He said, of course. So if we wish for long life, other people also wish for long life. So we do not kill. Really? Yeah. Because I wish for it, you wish for it. Then I should not kill you, you should not kill me. Yeah, so the first thing is abstaining from killing. This is one level of understanding. Yeah. The other level of understanding is, of course, we talk about karma. Yeah? Karma is not because of the Buddha punish you or the God punish you, but karma is such, yeah, that if you put this action, which is unwholesome, what you reap is the unwholesome result. For example, this morning I give you the stories, the true stories of that lady. What is the karma that involved? She, still, do you think she feels comfortable? Or she will experience that guilt? Also fear? Yeah. Do I punish her? No. But this is what karma is. If you do such an action, the next thing comes, that result will be that kind of result. Yeah. So what the person experiences, guilt, then remorse, then you feel regret, those kind. Yeah, and this can really bring people down. Yeah, and sometimes it's only just one word or something that we say, and then it goes wrong, and then you feel like that, and then it keeps them, right? So for example, the song I told you all about again about forgiveness. Yeah. Last time when I first learned about Buddhism, that was in the university, right? And so I learned about metta. My first time learning meditation. Yeah. So my senior taught me how to do metta. First time they say, okay, first you well wish yourself better. Right? Okay, I can feel. And second, well wish your loved ones. Okay, can feel, Third one, well wish neutral one. Right? Okay, also can. Fourth one is it, well wish your enemy. Last time you use the word enemy. Right? So then I start to scan. Nobody in my list, nobody came up. Then again, it said metta to enemy. Okay, be well. Who? Nothing come up. Then after a while, because you see, mind is like that. When you start to instruct, they will start to dig up. So we are all DNA, call it, all our memories and everything. Suddenly, my second uncle's face appeared. When his face appear, story comes already. So when his face appear, this uncle he's quite a fierce man. And every time when the children playing, when he comes back from work, they hear his Vespa coming, all the children will disperse. Yeah, so you know how serious is that. Yeah, although he don't say something, but children will naturally disperse. So when his face come out, so I remember a scene, dinner. He and the wife was eating, and I also was eating with them. And that day I was not feeling well. So I started to sneeze. So when I sneeze, you know what happened? He pulled my ear. That time I was about maybe 7 years old. He pulled my ear. So I'm sick, ma. I didn't purposely sneeze, ma. And then he pulled my ear. What do you feel? Angry. Angry, But I thought I got lots of metta. I thought no enemy. Then suddenly that comes to my mind, right? Then after that, the next thing is not only with that, then some other images come again. He like to ask me and my sister all do things because we're all extended family, sweep floor, do this and do that. But then didn't ask his children. So in my mind, not fair. So these two things both come out already, okay? But then after that, then I think to myself, hey, why do I hate him? So I feel deep in my heart, why do I hate him? I thought I got no enemy, now I have one. So my tears start to go. So I said, why should I hate him? Right? So from that incident, then I started to learn about metta. Right? You have to forgive. Why you keep? I thought I don't have enemy. You see, that is when I was 7. But now I'm in university, I'm 19. So I've been keeping that for 12 years. Right? 12 years, I didn't realize so you check your that bank, see how many incidents like that, even small incident like that. I didn't realize that actually it's big things. Yeah. So this is very, very important that we should learn metta, loving kindness, and also learn forgiveness. Yeah. So of course I still remember him, but I don't have to feel the bitterness or the anger anymore. Yeah. And move on. Yeah. So in the cultivation, like I said, when they say non-harming and all those things, it is with our mental state. Sometimes we do not know. Yeah. So we harm ourselves, we harm others without knowing it. But when you do metta, actually, when you practice metta meditation, a lot of it, of course, there are different ways and means of cultivation of metta. Yeah. But if you really truly allow your mind to exercise this metta, when you instruct the mind, to have loving kindness, So of course, Pali we say metta. English, so many words to describe, For example, we use friendliness, loving kindness, Then goodwill, And then benevolence, and then forgiveness. Okay, you can package that as the metta practice. So when you practice, then more and more all those anger, resentment, grudges, and everything will start to take out. And you have to allow that to take off. Because if you don't, that is toxic within your heart. It will deter you from progressing because there's a hindrance there. Every time you want to practice deeper meditation or whatever, there's something that blocks you and you don't know what it is. So if that is so, of course, you use metta to help yourself to overcome that. Right? I still remember last time when I was teaching meditation, one devotee, she experienced, for a long time, and she experienced this and she never tell anybody or share, but she feels fear, sometimes a bit of defensive. So sometimes you can see from young, sometimes they experience certain traumatic experience. And when the moment she do the metta to herself, so I always describe to them, how does that happen? I say, once you give instruction, the mind will just go through again scanning, just like computer. You have what they call it, what sector, sometimes a certain sector damaged or incomplete. So the mind will scan, okay, this one okay. Suddenly, oh, this one not okay. So not okay, of course, you will dig in already. What actually happened? What experience you have? Whether you get very angry or you have grudges or you're very jealous and or what? So it's very painful sometimes because so long already. And just now Sylvia said about aggregates, right? Aggregate is not just something solid like that straight, but it's layer by layer of that field of, let's say, negativity. And after some times, that layer and layer of field that you don't see now crystallize. Just like if you see drain, water every day is supposed to wash, but how come got layer and layer and layer? Then you see the mold and the slimy things. Where does it come from? At the beginning, they don't have. But because of every day, layer and layer and layer and layer, so if there's a dirt, then layer and layer they build up, and then you see the dirt. So same, So mental aggregate, if unwholesome one, they also build up that way, right? So what we need to do is we keep doing all the practice of the mindfulness. Of course, there are many methods to help us to overcome the hindrances that we face, the hindrances of the mind. Why the mind does not develop, right? So we know that it's sensual pleasure. Then we can use the 32 parts so that we don't get so attached, to the body or to another's body. For a very simple reason is this, the things that inside our body, every morning we look at the mirror, so beautiful. Right? Do you agree? That's why you spend so much time in the toilet, looking at yourself. But the moment it's out, you say yucky. But in your body, you say so beautiful. Reality? This is how we are. This body itself, the Buddha said, is very filthy. Right? But it's true, right? You look at this body, why in the mirror you look so beautiful? The sheet inside of pollen also looks so beautiful. The moment it's out, you say yucky. True, right? So this is what illusion is all about. In reality, this body is such. But we are deluded with things so beautiful, and we spend so much time dealing with it. Yeah. And when come to mental food, no time. Physical, we take care so much, but mental, we don't take. And when the person has to pass on, this body has to lay down. Right or not? It's the mental that we have to take care. So that's why now you have to have a paradigm shift. Yeah? Body still we take care, but less time. Mind, we need to spend a little bit more time. Yeah, to give them proper nutrients so they can really grow. Yeah, can really develop. Right? So all this, as we said, is we have already the order, we have the path. Now is we, the one that exercise the wrong effort. Yeah, we have all 24 hours. How do you want to spend your 24 hours? They say daily life, right? How you want to awaken yourself to this? If you follow properly, naturally, very nice break will come out, right? So beginning, never mind lah. Still got break lah, not 100% yet. Still boleh makan. Yeah, but then as you refine your skills, then one day you will get that right combination, the right condition for the good break to really come up. Yeah, so have confidence with the Buddha. Yeah, the Buddha has discovered this path, bringer of this excellent path, and the shower of this excellent path. So if we have faith in the Buddha, naturally I think we will be able to realize what the Buddha realized. Right? Therefore, that's why we say the Buddha is a great teacher. He teaches us, he guides us, and he's also the path shower, and he's a Kalyana-mitta. Just now we say, not the Kalyana-mitta of tea time, Kalyana-mitta, gossip Kalyana-mitta, holiday Kalyana-mitta. Please don't use that word. That is not Kalyana-mitta. You say Buddhist friend, okay, but not Kalyana-mitta. You know what is Kalyana-mitta? Kalyana-mitta, the Buddha used this word is when the Buddha said, if the monks, those associate with him, as Kalyana-mitta, your spiritual friend. So if you lost all your friends, you say, after that, you're so lonely, no friends already. Remember, the Buddha is your best friend. If you can remember him as your Kalyana-mitta, and the Buddha said, Kalyana-mitta means those who walk the noble path, those who possess the noble eightfold path. That is your Kalyana-mitta. Right? So this is very important for us. From very beginning, we say right association is very important. So when you have faith in the Buddha, then you know that he will never leave you. Only you. If in any way been lured to the Mara camp, I'm so sorry. And so we have to choose the right path. And the right path is the threefold training. At the end, is through your bhavana that you will start to enter into a deeper state of the mind, and you can understand what the Buddha talks about, the further aspect of the mind. We can see no other teacher, even under today, scientists have been trying to explore and understand the mind. But during the Buddha's time, they can see that how intricate the Buddha described the mind. English, we only one word mind, right? But you see in Pali, there are so many words. We say vijnana, Consciousness, we think only one, but there are 6. See? We talk about Vijnana, then we talk about Nama Rupa. Right? Nama is mind again. But Nama consists of your feeling, perception, mental formation, and consciousness. Then we also talk about Chitta. And the Chitta Sikha. So many descriptions about the mind. So we know that the Buddha actually has really go very deep into the mind and describe it very, the progression, very small little step, it can actually explain to you. So if you practice, then you will start to discover this path. So indeed, when we go for pilgrimage, interesting, last time we are all very innocent. We go to Bodh Gaya, then they say, this is the Buddha's footstep. Wow, you say in your mind, the Buddha's footsteps so big. Sometimes got so many design, very innocent. We all go through this stage before. Then only after studying, after understanding the Buddha's teaching, then the Buddha said, if you have experienced Sama Samadhi, then you are in the footstep of the Buddha. Okay? Not that one, But at least you can, when you are a teacher, you can explain to them, this is what, So, Sama Samadhi, very important. So, right effort, then right mindfulness. And if you practice right mindfulness properly, your breath, that is very key. And then it will lead you to right Samadhi. And from right Samadhi, we will normally say, Noble Eightfold Path, right? If you practice well this, it will culminate into right wisdom. So sometimes it translates as right knowledge, right wisdom, right insight. It's okay, as long as the true Dhamma start to appear to you, and that's where it will lead you to the right liberation. So it means that cycle again and again. So it means when you get the insight, then your right view is straightened again until you attain the final one. All right. So this is the path. I think this is the important training, threefold training, and a person who actually attain message of the Sotapanna. Key thing is Sakayaditi is removed. The factor, the very important factor that chain us in this samsaric cycle is the illusion of the 5 aggregate as I, my mind. That is the delusion. If you can break that, then yes, you enter into the stream. Again, what stream? The stream of Noble Eightfold Path. Right? See, come back. Come back. So, Noble Eightfold Path is your yardstick. Anything you want to do, you think it. Right? We say harmful or harmless. Need to be cultivated or no need to be cultivated. Wholesome or unwholesome. Blameless or blameless. And then you see, when you practice it, when you pursue on it, does it bring well-being and happiness, or does it not bring well-being and happiness? So you ask this question, then only you act. So then you are safe, because this order guarantees you, not money guarantee back, but it's spiritually guarantee you the path to heaven, the path for good rebirth, the path to liberation one day. All right, so I offer this for your contemplation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Venerable Sumaṅgalā, for the profound and insightful Dhamma sharing. Ayya is always very compassionate to share with us ways and means for us to apply the Dhamma teachings in our life. And I think it's very good to keep coming to Ariya Vihara, because I always hear, Ayya talk about this. So it's very good to reaffirm the teachings and remind me to put into practice the Dhamma teachings in everyday life. Okay, so now it's time to open up the floor for questions. Does anybody have any questions that you would like to ask in person?
Just looking for my karma. I'm wondering, when we look at karma that we have done, maybe it's like for the lives. And if we keep on now that the living result of the karma, they do more good karma, so to say, would they be offset with the bad karma to be offset? So,
So who was I to take it?
Just now I've been talking so long, so now I give Sylvia first.
It's the lump of salt, that one. Salt.
Yeah, the smelly of the
Lump
salt.
of salt. The lump.
Yeah.
I forgot which Vihara it was. It should be SN. Anyhow. You use the word offset. I don't quite like it. Offset. Let me explain why. Karma is not like a debit credit thing. I think we got to get past that excess impression. It is not so okay, first and foremost, it is not straightforward. And no one should even try and figure out this debit credit thing or how the workings of karma. It's one of those things that the Buddha said you shouldn't go in and explore it too deeply because it can actually drive the mind mad. Okay. And the reason is because for good reasons. When you are fixated about the debit credit part of the house, you forget the more important teaching about karma, which is intention. When we look at karma, we tend to look at effects like the boomerang from the past, or scared the boomerang that goes into the future, and how it's going to cause problems for you in the future. Even starting from that premise is not helpful, not beneficial. Okay, we should change the way we look at the notion of karma. We should look at it in terms of the imprint on the mind. I look at it as an imprint of the mind. The deliberate choices we make, leaving footprints or stains in the mind. We should be looking at how we can clean up stains. Cleaning up stains in the mind. Because that one, you have choices, you're making choices. So what I said earlier about when something has been done wrong, reflect on it, repent, admit to someone, repent, move on, let it go, move on. Now cultivate wholesome mental states. Why? Because then you are leaving behind nice soft prints in the mind. You're lifting the mind, lightening it. So I think we should change the way we consider karma. The first way, the one with the debit credit thing, usually the underpinning driver is fear. It's our fear. Buddha didn't teach karma to frighten you. He was never negative. In fact, he doesn't go into that until people started asking all kinds of questions. You look at his teaching, it started with Dhamma chapter, it goes on to Anatta Sutta, it went on to the Family Sutta. But it's all about practice. Forget it. Just focus on softening the mind, cultivating correct mental state, set in place the condition you're good to go. Okay, so having said that, I'll just add one more story. I will tell this very good story on share. You all know the famous serial killer of all time. Ayya, right? How many of you kill more than him? More than, right? None of us even go near. Not even near, you don't even smell what he has done, right?
But look at his mind. The conditions are there. His sadhana was superpower. It was sadhana that propelled him towards the Dhamma. He stopped, purified the mind. The practice was on. Of course, it took him a while. But he not just entered the street, he went into the finishing end. Beautiful. Beautiful in the end. So for those of you who are plagued or haunted by thoughts of something done once wrong, perish that. Forgive yourself. Time to build, time to cultivate the wholesome ones. Let the wholesome mental states now provide the cocoon for you to practice. You want to go that way. Finally, this thing about the lump of salt. You are familiar with this, about how a teaspoon of salt in a teacup relative to the same teaspoon in the river Ganges, I think. Which one will taste more intense? The teacup. The idea here is there's much you can do to clean up the space. There's much you can do to really help yourself. Okay?
So Sylvia, I think this question is one of the questions that all of us have in our thoughts, because we know that we do actions every day, and definitely because we are not enlightened yet, definitely we have to be back up on that. Thank you.
Maybe I just add one more. Now that you mentioned the daily activities and the vipaka that comes with it, focus on your motivations. Don't worry so much. Really don't worry so much, don't think so much. You want to focus on your motivations. Just examine the mind. Motivated by alobha, dosa, amoha. Alobha means there isn't greed driving you, and there isn't anger driving you. Actually, in my mind, to me, that's gentler. Because Buddha didn't say motivated by giving and motivated by metta. He actually says alobha dosa. Alobha means no greed only. You need to get to, I mean, if you can get to giving, fantastic. But if it's just no greed, cukup. And no anger, not metta, you can go into metta, it's just alobha dosa. Amoha would be good, meaning no ignorance, no foolishness, no delusion. With some clarity of mind, I can see into myself, there is no anger, no greed, I'm good to go. I do and just do, don't think so much. Okay? And I was just also at this point, how do you know when Akusala is present? You see it in the Vedana. You see it in the feeling, pleasant, unpleasant, neutral. As long as there is one inch, stain, okay, stain. As long as there's one tinge of busok, unpleasant, just a tinge of it, like, don't feel good, there is an akusala somewhere. You may or may not realize what it is, but there is a tinge there, one tinge there, you know there is akusala. And what is akusala? There's something you want. There's something that displeases. So you want to cultivate your sensitivity to mindfulness. Sensitivity, sensitive to the arising of akusala. And when you don't feel anything, that there's no unpleasantness, you're okay. There is slightly no akusala there. Okay? I mean, that's one way to practice it.
So, I have a further question on that. So we want wholesome mental states to arise, but sometimes, like you say, there may be a tinge of akusala. So how should we handle that? I know we shouldn't react to it. So what's your advice? Just note it and let it go.
Yes.
Yeah, do you all get that?
Yeah.
Note it and let it go. Yes.
Don't think too much. The moment you put your mind there to think a lot, I mean, if you want to think wholesome, actually the Buddha had taught different methods of reflection. So for instance, imagine yourself hanging I don't know, chunk of dead meat around your neck. That's like akusala hanging around you. You know what? Purge it, drop it, just drop. Or you can reflect about how you will die. I always say, if you are going to die tomorrow, you're not going to be very particular today. If all the time, that's the reason for cultivation of mortality. One of the reasons is so that you feel the urgency to let go of the akusala. If you have been diagnosed with end-stage illness, are you going to be so petty about people cutting you? Okay. People driving into your car, why you walk in front of me, never say hi. So don't be petty about anything. Even if the small thing you let go, the big thing you say forgiven. I don't want to die and carry this anger with me. You know what I'm saying? 不要吃什么collect all the carry along big plastic bags, bring it along to the next one. 买料耍料人 is how we say it's no more. So one way is to constantly reflect on that. And it's a very, very powerful reflection experience. Or you can reflect on wholesome mental states like sadhana. You say you Buddha's disciple, you're always so mangzang, you're so upset, easily reviled. You hate to call yourself Buddha's disciple. Then the Buddha knows, if the Buddha is aware of your existence, you think you're going to feel shame coming into his presence. So these are little reflection point, but you must pick the one that is most helpful to you. And don't keep changing. This is not channel 1, channel 2, right? You pick one that works for you. You want to carry a little habit there, so that the next time you get upset, this one used to it. The same thing. You keep changing your mind, get confused. Right? So you pick one that works for you. And then you're good to go. Every time it happens, you go that way. So for people who are very experienced meditator and very sharp in their insight, their mindfulness, very sharp, then you know, for you maybe the way to do it is catch the arising, don't think. Don't think, it stops. This thinking is shankara. This thinking is shankara, it's a form of shankara. You will have no thoughts if you have no greed driving. No thoughts if you have no anger driving. Okay? If you have a lot of thoughts, it means you either have lobha or dosa, galore. How do you say bahu? How do you say in Malay? A lot. The more lobha you have, the more dosa you have, the more shankara you will have. That's why the Buddha doesn't have. The Buddha only have thought arising satu, like only one. Okay, then it means he has to fix some of these problems. He's going to help someone. The rest of us, banyak sankara, right? It means a lot lobha dosa. So see it coming up. Malay. Just chop it. Stop thinking. Then you say, stop thinking. Then you watch the driver. Is it anger? If it's anger, you just tell yourself anger. Hang the dead meat around your neck. Don't make it literally, but imagine the dead meat around your neck. Then it doesn't work for you. Buddha approve or not? Buddha not approve? What about karma? Are you going to carry this karma with you? So these are the narratives you can go into. Buddha approve, some of them very quiet. That's everything, right? You will not approve. Okay, don't do. But that's not us. We need something different. Scared of karma. The ones who are scared of karma, It's boomerangs. You're going to shoot a boomerang now into the future for you? Don't want, stop. Like something like that. The narrative, use the mind's narrative to help yourself. Okay.
Thank you.
I have a question for Ayya. Is making vows the Buddha Dhamma teaching or practice? Second question is, are too many vows and attachment? And the third, how do you make a vow?
The word vow is, I think, in the Theravada tradition, hardly we say making vows. They're basically more to the Mahayana practice, where you are asked to do vow, to state your faith, and commitment. So, in terms of, like I said, making vows, we need to know what vow are you making. You cannot simply follow somebody who asks you to make a vow and you don't know what it entails. Yeah, and so in practice we say we take refuge in the Triple Gem, right? So that is the path that we are following, the commitment. And we also practice training according to the triple training. So that is a way method to practice. So, but when you say making vows, you are of course making a very strong mental statement. And again, when we do a mental statement, it does give impact to what you do and what will come after that. So if we use the word like making aspiration, it's not as strong as vow, But some people in the old days, I think, especially those the gang people, they make vows, they cut their hands and then give the blood and they say, from today onward, we vow that we are brothers. Whether we live or die, we will die as brothers. So that is a vow, very strong mental statement that they commit themselves, not only in mind, but in their action. But in religion, when we say come to the vow, we always hear a few. The strongest one people will make is Siddhigarbha, Bodhisattva. The vow that he makes, and it is said, but of course historically we couldn't really find and trace, But it is said that he vows that 第一不空不成佛, right? So we don't know where this statement come from and since when. But some people, they are asked to do such vow. And so the person who want to take a vow, they have to know what it is before they take. So if you look at that statement, like I said, the Buddha never mentioned before. But we all Buddhists hear about this. Some may also taken this vow before without knowing what you are taking. But you have to reflect. Because in the first place, I think the Buddha, even the Buddha, Sambuddha time, he didn't work for Ti to be Kong. Right? What he do? He taught us the way to enlightenment. 人间都不会空，第一会空。So we have to really investigate. If you want to take a vow, any vow you can take, like you say, oh, I will, like they say, oh, Lord, I will follow you until the end of my life. So they commit to follow the Buddha Dhamma Sangha until the end of their life. Well, maybe we can say that is a vow, to state their faith. But if you want to say that until Nirvana is empty, then only I will attain enlightenment. You have to really reflect on this statement. Is it possible? If you say this, it can be a hindrance for your own development. Because you are telling your whole system that Ti Kong only will attain enlightenment. So then, T people is more wise than you. They already enlightened, you are here still Putujana. Isn't it? So that's why taking vow, you have to know what vow you are taking. Yeah, it's not saying you cannot take vow, but you have to know what you are taking. Don't just follow. Yeah, you have to really reflect very deeply, because it's just like a computer. You fix that statement in this thing until you pull it off. If not, that will be the statement, that will be the instruction to all our system. Yeah. So this is one, yeah, that I like to highlight. So not say you cannot take vow, but you must know what to take, whether reasonable for you to develop and attain. Yeah. And then next one is like well, the second question is that
Are too many vows and attachment?
are too many vows and attachment. First thing you get confused. One also count, one someone want to have so many. Right, huh? So the answer is yes, no. Are too many vows and attachment? Yes. It is through your own stamp from behind your mind. This one also good, oh, this one also good, this one also good, everything also good. But only you are not good yet. You see or not? Sometimes you are so greedy. Yeah, we see, oh, this one, everything also good. But the thing is, we only follow, but don't practice. So again and again, I think Sylvia has just mentioned, pick one good quality you have. And then because you're familiar. Let's say if you practice metta, in the metta, you already practice many virtues there. Just only practice metta, but there are many other virtues that tie with metta. Right? If you have metta, I'm sure you're quite generous. If you have metta, you're a forgiving person. If you have metta, you will also have compassion. Yeah, if you have metta, your mind is always kept in wholesomeness. So you just practice one metta, but then all the other qualities are developing, right? So if you practice as a generosity, you're very generous, yeah. So you learn about what generosity is, how to offer, yeah, beginning, middle, end, also happy, you offer, and then your mind is always happy in giving. Right? You practice that quality, right? What happened? The Buddha said, when you practice that, of course, you have a lot of merits and happiness. At the same time, you will meet the Sangha, you will listen to the Dhamma, and that enhance your wisdom. And then when you have generosity, you will tend to have what? More kalyanamitas, yeah. And then when you have generosity, you are one, who support the Sangha and the Sasana. And therefore, all this quality will come in just by your action of understanding the practice of generosity. So each of it, not only one, but when you practice that quality, the other qualities are flying along and developing. So go for one. We marry also one husband or one wife. That's why when you have more, always the house will go chaos. Right? So making vow, don't making too many. Yeah. So simple. The Buddha said, just take refuge in the Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha. Yeah. Then if you have faith with that, that will develop into tremendous, profound Dhamma that you will discover. That's why we said Malaysia like that. Like heaven, too many choice, and then they get confused. They don't know which one is to start. It's true. Last time I remember when I was still a lay person, I went to one of the center. Then the Sayadaw there tell me, they say Malaysia is so fortunate. They say you all have so many nice retreat center. So I listened up. Wow, okay lah, Then they said, but Malaysia also they like shopping. I don't know what kind of shopping is Thailand. They like to shop from one center to another center to another center to another center, and they end up very confused. When they come to my center, they will talk other centers things. So how to teach them? If you don't empty your cup, how to fill it? Right? So these are Malaysian scenario. When you have too good of so many kinds of food, you don't know how to choose the right food to eat. Right? So same Dhamma. You already have, very clearly the Buddha mentioned, very clearly we have all the early teaching. But still we want to shop here, shop there, shop here, shop there. So 10 years pass, 20 years pass, 30 years pass, the same old person. Right? Still confused. So I think we have to change the mental attitude. Yeah. So like I said, definitely too many vows is an attachment. Yeah, because of our craving, our own craving. What's the third question?
The third question is, how do we make vows?
No need to make vow. Just take refuge in the Buddha Dhamma Sangha, okay? And then follow the noble eightfold path. That's all.
But I think it's good to make aspirations, noble aspirations for our practice.
Yeah, again, we come back to refuge in the triple gem. Now we take shelter in the Buddha Dhamma Sangha and follow the noble eightfold path. Then come more often, like the Buddha said, meeting the Sangha is blessing. Discussion of Dhamma, in due time the Sangha is also blessing. So you choose the Kavanamitta, and of course, some people like something that they like to hear, But of course, when it comes to the Sangha, sometimes the Sangha will pinpoint time to awaken you, they will have to awaken you then they are doing their duty well. If the Sangha always come and joke with you, you talk about your holiday, they also enjoy your holiday, they also talk about their holiday with you. Then you say makan what, they also enjoy your talking about makan, where to makan. Then you know you're not learning. Right? That's not the Sangha's duty. Alright? But a lot of people like that. So that's why they say Ayya very strict one. I think if you really want to practice the Buddha say discipline, training, so restraint. So then you're gearing yourself towards that. Then only we can see the sasana grow. Then we can see the living Dhamma, in real person. Not India or not anywhere or in the book. It's a real living Dhamma that we are doing. So aspiration, of course, we make every day, so that we park our mind. If today we sleep, we say, still we chant, Namo Buddhaya, Namo Dhammaya, Namo Sanghaya, right? So we, what they call, have gratitude for all who come by our life, and have metta for all. Then we say, okay, sleep well, tomorrow wake up well. So if wake up still in this world, okay lah. In the next world, then also okay lah. Because why? We already imprint in the mind to take that refuge continuously until we attain enlightenment. Don't go to sleep blah blah. Wake up also blah blah. Then if you take liver, also blah blah. You know which room? If you end up in Africa, I'm so sorry. So the mind has to be clear. Alright? Thank you.
Any questions from you all? I want to ask, right, in the topic of awakening, the goal of one that has entered will experience the dreams of the wonder and both the video of dreams of the the sister is interested to know what's the definition of dreams of Nirvana. When you enter the stream, you may have glimpses of Nirvana. So the sister wants to know exactly what's that. So who would like to take it?
Okay. I'll answer first now. Okay. The word Nibbana. Of course, when you say Nibbana, a lot of people imagine somewhere, very beautiful, very calm, everything very peaceful. Well, Nibbana, sometimes we see the translation is cooling off. Cooling off. If I were to say, when you're angry, then suddenly you cool off, how would that feel?
Good.
Good? Eh? Just feel that everything just so light, so blissful, yeah? And because why? You don't hold to anything, right? So Nibbana, if you say cooling off of what? Not only body cooler, is cooling off the defilements. No more defilements. When there's no more defilements, how would that feel? Every time we still experience some kind of defilements, yeah. If not illusion, there will be some ill will, not ill will, there will be some craving, yeah. So it runs, yeah, these three, yeah, runs around. So cooling off defilements, we say Nibbana, it's easier to explain in that way, yeah. Then when I say a glimpse of Nibbana, we say Nibbana is where Arahant, yeah, the last stage that they experience, yeah, the total uprooting of the 10 factors, yeah. So a glimpse of Nibbana means not fully, yeah, not fully yet, but you have an idea, a glimpse of that, yeah. So how does that start, yeah? So if you look at those sutras talking about stream entry, yeah, there will be definition about the seeing of things as they are, and then the glimpse of Nibbana. And there are also some other technical terms. I think Bhante Agajita has put it very, very specifically. Yeah. So if you see the glimpse of Nibbana, we're saying that that person actually experienced, yeah, entering the stream of this path that leads to finally total cooling off of those defilements in the mind. So the glimpse means you see, yeah, and also in the teaching you always hear the word that Buddha mentioned, even the first teaching, yeah, Yata Bhuta Jnana Dasana, seeing things the way it is. Yeah? We normally see things the way not it is. We see the way we want it to be seen, right? And last time I actually tell people, how we perceive things, yeah, and not seeing the things the way that we see. For example, if a person shaves, there are many different kind of interpretation. Last time when I shave, I'm still working when I shave, yeah. Then first thing is the Indian man stare at me. Then I stare at the Indian man. Why he look at me? Then suddenly I realize, oh, I'm botak already, right? People feel like very strange. When I come back to work, I still wear my suit as usual, only bald head. I didn't put any wig, no scarf, nothing. This is me. I was just shaven. I went into the office. Then of course the first thing my executive saw, shocked, yeah. And then news started to spread, right? Then of course, in the retail line, made a lot of suppliers and all those things. Again, how they perceive, yeah. So what they perceive is that in business, we love sensual pleasure. We go a lot for sensual pleasure. You name it, we are retailer, they are supplier. Yeah, they always like to belanja us, drinking lah, karaoke lah, all this kind of things. Right? But then the thing is how they perceive. If you botak, the first thing they perceive what? They perceive either heartbroken. Two, if not heartbroken, something wrong with this side. Maybe a little bit cuckoo already. Okay, that's how they perceive. Yeah. So you see, what you do is how you perceive. Same, how we think about Nibbana is how we perceive. Third, my GM, the first thing he saw me, he said, "Ayo, why you go and shave your hair?" Why? I had very nice black long hair, and my GM, he got very little hair. So every morning he has to comb his hair to cover his head, and then you are and shave your head. Right? So he said, "I wish your hair grow fast." That's how we perceive, right? And next, because near Chinese New Year, so I meet a lot of what they call those retailers and other organizations, and also my bosses all have dinner. So the wives of my CEOs and all those GM, first thing they see me, they said, oh, what is it? They told me, oh, Miss Ong, since when you're so bold? You know what's the reason behind? Because they are into fashion. So now I'm bold, so very in, right? So you see, that's how they perceive, yeah. And then my neighbor, when she saw me, then Chinese New Year, I normally cook and ask my neighbor to come and give them a treat. Then after makan, she asked me, can I ask you something? I said yes. I said, you're this one, not cancer. I said, no lah, I go to India lah. You see how people perceive. Yeah? And then when I meet my, let's say, old friends, they will always say, how I wish I had like you. And then very interesting, one time, this uncle shopper came, and she saw me. She came and asked me, sister, is this one related to Buddhism? Right? I said, yes, I just went to India. And I don't know him, he don't know me. He said, in my house, I have a 500 years old Guan Yin. Would you like to come and have a look? So I said, oh, uncle, thank you so much. I said, you've got Yena, then I will come. Right? So you see how people perceive things. Even the word Nibbana, it depends on how we view things, because we still think about Nibbana, but Nibbana cannot be thought of. Understand? Even when you go to Samadhi, there are stages where your thought stop, not thinking anymore. It's entering into the mind sphere. So it's not by thinking. So even if a person want to think about the jhana also, actually they cannot. First jhana, yes, but after second, third jhana, you cannot think. That you think one means you try to perceive, so it's not correct. So Nibbana is the same. You cannot perceive or think about Nibbana, but you can get the indication, like we said, the Buddha said, cooling off of your defilements. So the more your defilements is cool off, the more you experience that. But there's one point, when you get to that kind of stage where you experience or you see, see means with the third eye, the wisdom eye, that your body and mind actually do not have the so-called self that you are always trapped with. The way you think of something is always referring to a self. But when you can see the non-self from your wisdom eye, then that pulling off will start to take place. Means you have a glimpse already that, all the while we just are in a delusion. Everything we do stem from I, mind. What we say, what we perceive is stem from that I, mind. But if you continue to practice the samadhi, one day you will be able to discover and see for yourself the non-self. So having seen, then of course we say you enter into the stream. Now you have the right view. There's no self, no soul. Nothing actually is one or entity by itself. Everything is on conditional arising. And there's no, if we were, let's say, put it in simple way to understand. Now you look at water. If our mind do not have further information or training or understanding or insight, then we will see water as water only. That's all. But what is water? We say water has 4 elements. Can you see in the water? A lot of people don't see. They just see water as water. But water has 4 elements. If the heat increases, then water becomes steam. We don't call water anymore. We call steam. But what is in steam? Also got 4 elements. When they go up to the sky, then at certain point, certain condition happen, different heat, different kind of things again, then it becomes cloud. So you don't call steam, they call cloud. Looks like different entity. But then after that, the cloud, when it's too heavy, then it becomes rain. If it rains in Malaysia, okay, we go to the river as river water. But if we go to, let's say, Mount KK, top of Mount KK, rain. then it can become ice and harden. We call ice. Is that the identity? It's called ice. Huh? But then if ice, then the heat come again, become water again. Then it goes cycle again and again. So do you see any self there? Any God made there? So, but our existence, we have of course this physical body, which consists of the 4 elements, plus the mind. But the mind itself also has emotion. But we think the mind is the self. Consciousness is the self. Right? Either this body is a self or the self is the body. Right? This body is in the self or the self is in this body. This body as the self or the self as the body. So that is how we perceive. Yeah, but is it true? It's delusion. Until we really see. Yeah, then that will transform your way of seeing things or thinking about your life. It will change. Right? So if you see that, then what is there in the world that you want to accumulate something? Naturally, you already know, right? What is there that you want to accumulate? But having said so, we say, we still have to go to toilet, we still have to take a bath, That is as long as this body still carries its karma until the end. So that glimpse will help you to walk the Noble Eightfold Path confidently already. Means you are in the stream, in the stream of the Noble Eightfold Path. You will never forget about Noble Eightfold Path. Right? Now, even we learn 30 years, sometimes I ask them, what is Noble Eightfold Path? They start to review, write this, write that, So they guess only. So even though if possible, we try to remember and practice accordingly. But that glimpse will come if you really sincerely say, Buddhang Saranam Gacchami lah. Don't divert your time. We don't have much time. Right? So how you perceive, I said, Nibbana is not to be perceived, but the text, whatever, is just like we say, a finger pointing to the moon. But to experience the moon, you need to go to the moon. And experience the moon, then you see, this is what it means by this particular statement. The glimpse. So you still have to work very hard. The Buddha gave a simile. When you have a glimpse, it's as let's say a cloth, and you have a stain of mud. You clean off the mud already, so it looks clean. But when you smell, still some smell of mud there. So how to purify that? The Buddha said, you put into a sandalwood box, and keep it for some time. Then after that, that white cloth also smells good. So it means you keep yourself continuously with kusala, karma, and continue to purify your mind. So we say, little by little, one by one, moment by moment, we clear off the impurities, all the factors, and then one day you will be totally free. Right? Okay? Thank you.
Ariya, follow on question. Is one glimpse enough?
Well, that glimpse is one time only. It's just like, when you have an opening, you see only one time. The rest is a progression. So therefore, you see, when you chant, Supatipanno, right? Then you say the 4 pairs of person, the 8 types of individual. So one is on the way to reach that aha moment. Right? When they reach that aha moment, there's no like a returning back and experience another. So it means it's a progression after that. It means it's just the door open. And that switch open up, then you enter already. And so it is one time experience in that opening. Right? The rest, of course, progression, there will be more other development, like I say, from Sotapanna to Sakadagami, from Sakadagami to Anagami. So there will be a different level. But what we are saying is that level itself is like you experience once only. I mean, you don't experience many times of Sotapanna-ship, right? One time you enter, then you say abide, then you progress, then that's on the path to Sakadagami. Then the next one, you experience the Sakadagami, right? And then after that, this is the fruition. Then next one, then you progress the path to Anagami. Then from Anagami, then the fruition, then again, after that, the path to Arahantship, and then the realization of Arahantship.
This is always a very interesting topic for me. Thank you, sister, for asking this question. Sister Mehta, you want to ask a question?
I have one question that, since there's so many violence nowadays, so how can we prepare, if we are face to face with the, thugs or what, when we are attacking them, so what shall we do?
This one I leave to Sylvia.
Yes, boss. You know, I'm so mesmerized by Ayya's description of street and entry and all. I don't feel like answering your question. But jokes aside, Actually, I'm not clear about the question. Let me explain why. In our practice, we learn to let the anger go, right? We learn to not have this driver of grieving us. You're asking me, if you encounter a very hostile, life-threatening situation, what should you do? I'll say run. I mean, don't hang around and like.
That we cannot run. What is the situation that cannot run?
And let me know. I mean, if you can, okay, so there are three options. And this one is not Dhamma, this is just nature, right? Fight, flight, or frozen. This is three options, right? Because we don't want to fight. I mean, if you want to fight, you can. Because we are all labels, that's a bit harder. But the rest of us, we can still push back. But this kind of pattern cannot fight. So I either run or be frozen and die. Then that's not good. I mean, you cannot. I don't have a better. I can call police. But if police doesn't help, so what I'm saying is do the sensible thing. What I'm actually saying is be sensible. Okay? And be sensible without breaking your precepts. Because it's not worth it. It's not worth if you fight back, make sure you don't kill the fellow. Just this incapacity and run for your life. Okay? If you are in a situation where actually the choice is between just taking the blow or breaking the precepts, I would say take the blow. And the reason is because, life, until you have come to the end of life, as in Arahant, this life is going to be long. Even as a Sotapana, it's 7 life. This life is going to be long. And sometimes it's not worth breaking. It's really not worth it. Because the boomerang comes and you really don't know how it is. So I'm more inclined in that way now. Yeah. I don't know if I answered your question. I'm not sure.
I'm saying that what should we react as a Buddhist? Because you don't want to fight back, but what to do in the spur of the moment?
Okay.
Because we haven't experienced, but in case it's our karma that rather than
You remember Moggallana? Arahant Mahamoggallana? He used his psychic powers to get away. So, I think he got away. But at some point, as you put it, sometimes it's your karma. The vipaka. If he stopped running, just let nature take its course. If you still have clarity, you can ask this. There are training that can help you tackle hostage situation. And they will always tell you to make you, in the eyes of the perpetrator, make you a human. So you do things, so there's no more Dhamma already. This is really sensible advice in daily life. This is my name. I have this family. I'm a mother of two. I am a Sangha member, whatever it is. Make yourself human. You don't let him dehumanize you. Because if you are human, then it registers into his mind that when he takes a life, taking this person's life, he can start to identify with you. That increases your chances of surviving life. But this is a lay teaching, it's nothing to do with the Buddha. For the Buddha's guidance, it will always be read the precepts, as much as you can the metta, as much as you can keep the mind soft. If the worst happens, you end up in a better place. As Ayya would say, die now, then wake up alive, then hopes again, but not so bad. Good recall. Okay.
This is a very worthy answer. Any more questions from the floor? If not, I have a written question. This is for Sister Sylvia. How do you strike a balance between, let me revert. How do you strike a balance of renouncing sensual pleasures as a householder?
I haven't renounced sensual pleasure. I am trying to renounce defilements. I'm working to, my Vihara is focused mainly on cultivating kusala mental states and neutralizing kusala mental states. But I assure you, I have not renounced Kama Chanda.
Yet to.
Ayya is very tired. But I can tell you, I don't indulge. Meaning to say, I don't have to hunt for my favorite stall to look for a food to be cooked in a precise way. I don't have to die, must do something. I would rather not die. Right? I'm very happy to, I mean, if it's there, I taste it, I enjoy it, then I let it go. I don't go and write a food review about how wondrous is the dish. I don't do that. I don't try and replay in my mind again and again the delight that I just partake. I don't do that. 加料爽了，加里爽，and then just move on. And there will be days when Netflix comes on, like that lah. But don't indulge in it. Don't keep going back to it. If it's there, it's there. If it's not, it's not. If the handphone stops, if the handphone breaks down, so yeah. Just let me, whatever the conditions are, experience the condition, look at the condition, and just move on. Don't get upset over the conditions. Don't have to have things your way, or the highway. Don't do that. Accept what is there, be content with whatever is there, and then move on. I'm at that level. It's very good.
Any more questions from the floor?
That's a very one about that. I think I was saying, Fanny, get up, you leave your house without a phone, you quickly rush back, right? Yeah. So this is something I wanted to. Also, this is kind of difficult to like what this is the religion. Now then it's okay. Okay, come to that stage. Yeah.
In daily life, my focus is really on cultivating contentment. The focus in the practice is cultivating contentment. So again and again, you tell yourself, it's okay, it's okay. It's okay, like that, it's okay. So by doing that, I'm writing, essentially is writing into the mind that life is a process, it is like that. Focus on the necessary mental states so that you can have that glimpse, But even for that, for the glimpse to arise, you should not be looking for the glimpse. The mind needs to settle into a quiet state, and then the Dhamma, as you have read and remember, can arise. Actually, that's a critical reason. The reason why we want to remember what we've read and remember what we have learned is because in a quiet moment when the conditions are right, it will arise. It will come alive for you when the mind is quiet. If your mind is too busy talking, Dhamma got no chance. I'm serious, Dhamma cannot arise. So when Dhamma cannot arise, then you like that, not quite. If you're always thinking about Dhamma can't arise. Dhamma arises when the mind is settled and quiet. Why do you think Ananda became an Arahant? When he gave up, he stopped it. He was trying very hard, right? You all know the story of Ananda, right? Ananda was trying very, very hard for enlightenment because he does not want to attend the Sangha, the Arahant forum as a Sotapana. He wants to, all means attain fully. I mean, not attain, but he has experienced enlightenment fully. Then he goes and participate in this the first council. But he tried so hard, he couldn't penetrate. He tried so hard because the Nibbana is not will, attainment, realization, whatever you call it, awakening, is not will. It's conditionally a reason. So when he gave up, he's Sudala. He didn't say Sudala, but you know what I mean, right? It's let be. Got it. And then don't take that as isolated. That actually is the experience that you will have. That you build the conditions, you have your sadhana, you have your learning, you have the Dhamma thoughts, knowledge, fill it up, leave it there, reflect on it periodically. In fact, periodically means daily. You should daily have you want to have some kind of a daily engagement with the Dhamma. You want to have that. Why? Because what you experience daily becomes part of your habit, becomes an essential part of your life. So whether it's in the morning, in the afternoon, or when you are sitting quietly, or you have a moment on the bus, in the wherever, quiet moment, this is when, Four Noble Truths. This is how the Buddha taught. And then you memorize, you bring it up again, reflect on it, then, okay, I'm good. I'm just remembering, recalling the Dhamma, something like that. Have that daily engagement. And then, when your mind goes quiet, when the switches are off, then perhaps for you, the glimpse is up. Okay? You glimpse the Dhamma, Nibbana, glimpse the Dhamma, glimpse of it, because many glimpses makes a vision. Okay?
Yeah. Some of the questions that this morning that you mentioned about Bhikkhunī, and you actually mentioned to accept, and what accept is like you're talking about the conversion. So can we actually not talk to anyone but Buddha? Is that okay?
Well, the practice of compassion is a very powerful practice, yeah. And of course, like normal time, we can do with an image. Still, how to say, the compassion practice, even as a monastery, we also do compassion. Yeah, and this is not just a Christian practice, yeah, where they will go behind the cloth and then the pastor will sit there to listen and give kind of guidance. Yeah. But in the Buddhist practice from very early time, even until now, like new moon, full moon, we also do compassion. I think the power of this is when you speak about your wrongdoing, yeah, you are genuinely want to overcome that wrongdoing. Because sometimes when we do wrong, normally we hide. Yeah, if your children do wrong, they won't tell mommy. Yeah, they will keep to themselves. And they ask their brother, don't tell mommy. Yeah? Why? Because we want to hide it. Because why? We feel that we know it's wrong, not right. Sometimes it becomes like, after that, what will be the punishment? Yeah, sometimes you feel guilty. Those kind of state of mind will come. So in order to really like get it over, it's important to confess to somebody. But of course, there's somebody have to be somebody whom you trust and will be able to help you to overcome that. So in the tradition, indeed, every day, if we can practice, if anything that we have done wrong, let's say to family members, colleagues, or whatever, we get it done straight. Yeah, and so when we speak it out, actually, it's releasing. Yeah, the burden and the agony that you have kept along. So in compassion, we need to face somebody so that it's acknowledged, and then we will be able to overcome it. Yeah. So if you have the opportunity, if the person is still alive, by all means, go to them and do it. Yeah.
That's what I meant to say. If we do wrong, then we can treat it. I mean, that means that the wrongdoing to the person that did something wrong. Yeah.
Yeah.
But what if that person is no longer around?
Yeah.
So are we tell someone that, or we actually?
It is also possible so that you overcome that. Yeah, because sometimes, like for example, I share with you, simple thing like even like for precepts. Yeah, I was when my own father. Yeah. When he was about, towards the end of his life, about 6 months before he passed away, because he has heart hardening, doctor said about 6 months. So during this period of time, I was also trying to give him a kind of different support. Yeah, and so one time I asked, Dad, do you still have anything that bothers you, mind? Bothers your mind? You'll be surprised. My father told me. He said, long time ago, during Boisan, May 13. Yeah. That was maybe 40 years, 50 years, They say, at the time, everything is in a mess. So our neighbor's chicken also come to our place. So I took one of the chickens. And I was thinking, wow, that's nearly 50 years ago, And that now is bringing up this matter. Took one chicken, just without asking. Right? My father, he is a person who don't like to hold people. But that thing replayed in his mind. 50 over years. And I said, but then, what to do now? I want one chicken. He must take my neighbor's chicken. So then after that, I reflected, oh, that uncle is still alive. Yeah. And so I said, okay, what we can do is we will pay back. You cannot bring a chicken to that uncle's house. People don't get chicken anymore, right? So I said, never mind. What we can do is we ask my mother and my sister buy chicken essence. Essence chicken to go and visit this uncle and tell the uncle, oh uncle, my father said so sorry. During the Boisan, he took your chicken without your permission, And so he don't feel good. So today we come to say sorry, and because we know that we cannot bring a chicken and let the chicken run around the compound, so we buy the essence chicken in the place to offer to you. So please forgive me. Right? So the uncle laughed. He said, I don't even know. He don't know, but my father. Right? So after finish, come back and say, Dad, outing, and already paid back. So you see how long my father keep that in mind. 50 old years. So that's why we say when we do something, what they call it's a kind of mistake that we do, even with the 5 precepts, the time when we are weak, all these things will keep coming. So that's why people become troubled. Yeah. So actually to us that's no matter well. The chicken run around now, no, I go and catch up with it. Some people may reason out, but the fact that's what karma is. You know it's not your chicken, somebody's chicken, and you took that chicken. Right? So I learned from my father. No, it is. Then we say, like just now you mentioned, the person died already. So my father also said, I borrow this money from a fellow colleague, but he already died. So what to do now? I said, never mind that. How much you borrow, you take out that money. Okay, we take this money, we go and donate to the temple to build temple, and then in his name. Yeah. And okay, you take out your money, then we go and do. Then okay, so I used to ask him, anything else that bothers your money? So you'd be surprised one by one come. So we ask ourselves, that's why we don't have to wait until that time. Now we are still alive, awake, and all this thing. Whatever we have done, we clear off. You will find your mind and body become lighter and lighter, not burden. So the faster you clear off, the better. Right? So we say we also have to face the consequences because there are certain wrongdoing that we have done. It cuts deep into people's heart. So we also have to accept. Sometimes the repercussion of our actions. Yeah. So we just have to face it because why? If we are in the other side, see whether you like it or not. Right? So now we have to face our own karma repercussion. But it's okay, we accept, we understand. If there's a pain, we accept, we just move on. Because that's what we do, that's what the result is. And by understanding that, we know that bad karma also don't stay. It also change. As long as you change for good, we don't give any momentum for them to take the cycle again. So they will cool off also. Right? Okay? Thank you. Yes.
First time you mentioned if you that's something happens, but somebody else. Because somebody else will is it still advisable to do that? Because we let go, but you actually transfer like paying to another person, because the person before but now the person.
Well, importantly, I think we have to know what to do, how to do. We don't add more suffering. Yeah. So let's say, for example, I heard one case. The wife committed adultery. Right. So she feels very, very bad. Yeah. But nevertheless, he confessed to the husband, and the husband forgave him. So in this kind of case, very hardly people would do that. But she felt that she don't want to live with that, and she wanted to overcome that. So she confessed to the husband. And well, the husband is so brave, compassionate enough to address her compassion and to forgive her and live, start anew again. So there are times like that. So it's not to hurt, but if you keep that for life, sometimes until death, you carry that. Yeah, your husband may not know, but you do know what wrong you have done. Right? So it's important to clear off.
If the wife confesses and the husband will not forgive her, then it's end up to be divorced.
So we say skillfully lah. You must learn how to, and then timeliness, timeliness, and so all this have to be learned, and do it sincerely, On other case, like I say, like sometimes even father son always quarrels because same office. Go to office, same place, go back also same. So always quarrel, different views, right? And what to do? So when this person come to know the Dhamma, and then he felt, he also feel guilty lah. Sometimes, father say something, hantam balik lah. So then he also asked me, Ayya, can you help? I say help. Okay, I invite house Dhamma. So come to house Dhamma. He said on his birthday, and he said, I also want to like to seek forgiveness from my parents. Right? So okay, we conduct a session of forgiveness, and we do the, for them to have the act, of at least touching their parents. And in the Sri Lanka tradition, by respecting, touching the leg, means you respect, even to the foot of the parents. So I can see that when we conduct that session itself, so the whole family, the sisters, the in-laws, the children all queue up. So one by one. So when they do that, I can see the father very stern one. Also, go into the pocket, take out the handkerchief. You see, first is the mother, we can understand female, but male, so he also, luckily he bring the handkerchief with him. So he also, so you see, how long already he carry this, So after that, he told me, he said, I thought my father is always wrong. But then I see, when I change, when I mellow down, when I start to understand and ask forgiveness, right? I see my father, the other side, also very kind, very compassionate, very understanding. So then father-children relationship becomes improved. Right? So it's a very powerful practice. So the only thing that hinders us most of the time is we feel like very shameful. What will be the consequences? And we are worried about that. But we have to understand, karma is income. We want to live free, don't carry all this thing. We have to face the consequences, but skillfully and kindly. So learn when to do it, how to do it. Not the time yet, it's okay, but keep in mind, do good. Then sometimes the partner see, there's transformation. Like Sylvia always say, they say you're Buddhist, but then always get angry. Or you go to retreat, come back, become more sour. They say, what Buddhism is this? They will be worried more than anybody else. Because you go there supposed to be smiling, more genuine, more loving, but come back more sour. So I always tell them, you go back, debrief. Don't carry this kind of attitude back. And in retreat, you are not supposed to be sour. Mindful. Not become like very rigid, very stiff. And then you go back, then your family will start to see that what happened to you. Then always you will hear, this one, very frequent, they will say, you go for retreat, which is very, very true, but we don't want to be the one that people say unwholesome word. Because of our action. Ignorant, then somebody else have to commit, unwholesome things. So remember, so anything we do, like the Buddha say, when we say something, right speech, right? You have to have what? First, truthful law. Second, harmony. Speech that bring harmony. Third, then pleasant speech. Then fourth is beneficial speech. And then all these have to be spoken timely. Must have the right time. So the Buddha says, if you think all this will feel not timely, don't speak. So when it's timely, speak. Right place, right person, right time. Then this needs wisdom. So the more we practice, the more we will know when to execute this. Right? So don't worry. If we have done anything not right, it's good to clear. Because that worry will add more worry, will add more and more and more. And then it will jam up our well-being. All right? Okay. Thank you.
So, we will take one last question, last opportunity to ask a question.
Can I address this question to Ariya? I noticed in the Theravada tradition, meat is allowed. But I personally feel uncomfortable because we are supposed to practice compassion, non-killing, even though the explanation given is, as long as I don't see it being killed, as long as it's not killed for me, but whatever it is, the killing is for the public. So how do you explain this? Thank you.
All right, this has been ongoing things that people think because of, in the past it's not really an issue, but because some time ago people promote vegetarianism, and they also say if you take the meat, indirectly also you are killing. May not be true. How the Buddha defined killing? First, you must know there is a being that is alive. There's a living being. Next, that being is still alive. Third, you have the intention to take that being's life. Fourth, action to kill the being. Fifth, the being died. Right? So now you take the meat. Right? Do you have the intention to kill? I mean, this is a straight question, huh? Do you have intention to kill? Don't have, right? Even vegetarianism is used to despise the Buddha during the Buddha's time by Devadatta, to show that he is more pure than the Buddha. And he told the Buddha, one of it, out of 5, is that we all monks all should take vegetarian, not any meat. But the Buddha said, no, whatever people offer, you just partake of food with gratitude and reverence. Right? But of course, later when people ask, so what kind of meat can be taken? Then the Buddha specified those meat that is, especially in the jungle one, tiger meat, bear meat, snake meat, hyena, and those kind of animals. You don't take that meat because your sweat will smell like them. Then you will be attracting other animals, the beasts, to attack. So you won't take. And one other type, let's say elephant meat or horse meat, because those animals normally belong to the kings. So if you take, salah makan, we don't so don't take, And then one other type of, food that you don't have. Let's say, if you see the killing, or you hear about the killing, or you suspect the killing for you, or somebody say, oh, Venerable, I killed this chicken for you because the curry chicken is very nice. Then you don't take, right? This we can understand if you order to kill. Like last time, I remember there's a trip that we went to Laos with a few devotees. So very difficult to get vegetarian. So we stop at the one shack and then, order some lunch. So normally for me, it's like, okay, look in China, don't have much, so just take look in China. Then some of the devotees thought, okay, like Malaysia, we say, okay, order chicken. So as we were waiting for the food to come, suddenly we hear the chicken calling for life. That's how it is. They don't have supermarket, okay? So when you order, they kill. So at the end, when the chicken come out, nobody eat. They're not eat. Don't even have the taste to eat it. Right? So of course they learn, you go to Laos, don't call for chicken, no? They will kill for you. Right? Now in Malaysia, we say, okay, the meat is on the shelf. Right? Some people will say, you eat meat now, so indirectly you are killing. That's not true. We have to differentiate. Now when you go to the supermarket, do you see a living being there? What do you see there? A living being? Or a carcass? What do you see? Carcass, right? Is it alive? Do you have the intention to kill the carcass? Do you have action to kill? The carcass is dead. Is that there, right? It's a carcass. So do you comply to the 5 things of killing? So even to say that somebody else is indirectly killing, I think it's not the right statement. Right? But because we are being bombarded by this idea, okay? If you were to take this as the so-called the rational, right? I say you indirectly kill, right? When you eat meat. So then I would say you can't even eat veggies. You know why? When you plant, do you kill?
Yes.
If you use this rationale, you still kill, right? You can't even take a vehicle. Right? Because sometimes the vehicle will roll on ants, will roll on other things. So what are you going to do? If you take this rationale, not only you cannot eat meat, you cannot even eat vegetarian, you cannot even ride on the what? Then you got to fast. You understand? I hope this helped to clear off this come again and again, this question. Yeah, so you have to know what entails killing. So the Buddha specifically mentioned these 5 involved. Yeah. So, but if you go to restaurant, seafood restaurant, and then the person come, you already knew seafood restaurant, they sell live fish So they say, okay, what fish would you like? Oh, I like garupa or like what, and then they go and catch the garupa there in the aquarium and go for you. And that's killing. You order to kill. Right? So you have to know which is you very aware that fish there's a living being there and it's alive. You intention to eat that fish, right? Or you have intention to eat fish, and then the action of killing has been done, and then the fish is dead and served in front of you. That is eating, right? So you have to know which is which. So on that kind of platform, you don't do well. Last time you all also went through crabs especially everybody said, "What must be fresh fish? That only tastes very juicy, very tasty." Right? That is killing. Another one I like to share is one of my devotees also. Her job is a purchaser. What wrong to be a purchaser? But earlier is a construction line purchaser. Then she shifted to food chain. Right? So a long time I didn't see her, about 2 years. Then one day she came. And then they also, how's your job and everything? They say, nowadays I experience insomnia. I say, well, you experience insomnia? They say, my job. I say, what is your job? Purchaser. Every night I have to give a call to the slaughterhouse, order either 700 to 800 chicken per day. So by doing so, we will think it's my job. But to her, she feels so uneasy. Just one call, 700 to 800 chicken per night. So because of that, she cannot sleep. So then I told her, look, you forget that you have a choice. Right? Maybe your company pay you extra few hundred ringgit. But is it worthy to have that? I said, make your choice. Change. Then after 1 month, she called me back. Ayya, I resigned. Very good. You have a choice. So every day, without fail, you have to call 700 or maybe 750 or 800 every day. So you think it's like very enjoyable. Just give a bigger, maybe business good. But you just know that, I one call, so many beings. Right? Some may be reasoning now, if I don't call, somebody else will call. That is somebody else's business, not your business again. Right? So for you, you keep your mind clear. Right? But you must know what entails killing. So you don't mix up. Yeah, don't mix up. Even like I say, Ti-Vandana used that to despise the Buddha, to show that they are more pure. Now also got trend like that to show that they are more pure than the rest. right? So we just have to be careful and wise to know what is what. All right? Okay, thank you.
I'm only asking for 2 minutes. Yeah. One, I want to stress that you need to understand the lifestyle of the Buddha. Because there are people who say, why did the Buddha condone meat eating? When you are Sangha, in the time of the Buddha, he's taking one last food from all the offering. It is not, he has no craving. He has no requests. He didn't make food orders. Whatever you put into his bowl makes eat. You have to understand that. You cannot be, sorry, I haven't eaten. Can you like, this one I won't eat. Because it was like, that's why the point was, you didn't hear that it was killed for you. You can't, because they basically, they are eating the food, they're offering one share. So this is actually practice of the highest order. No food selection. Whatever is there, just eat. Because eating is for sustenance. That's all. Okay, that's problem one. The second point is this. If you yourself have discomfort, it's like what I just said, you have a choice. Discomfort, don't do, move on. You think so much. You think so much, you're actually staining your mind. Staining your mind with doubt, with concerns, with fear, with worry, not worth it. Stop, move on. Okay.
We have one last written question. What is the meaning when we wish a deceased friend or relative, may he or she attain the highest nirvanic bliss during bereavement? During bereavement, after passing away.
Oh, you mean in bereavement session? You wish them that may they attain nirvanic bliss one day. Yeah. Well, you see, when people pass away, anyone wish them to go to hell? No, right? In other religion, of course, you wish them for heavenly state, unite with the God. Right? So in our Buddhist practice, of course, the explanation of that wish that hopefully, each and every one that come by in our life, may they also be able to be free from the samsaric cycle. We are still in the samsaric cycle. We hope that our loved ones too will be free from samsaric cycle. So when I say be free from samsaric cycle means attaining of the nirvanic bliss, right? So it's a wish that we have for everyone, whether alive or dead. That from this particular realization, then being will be free from the cycle of suffering. Right? So I think good wish is all right. So for Buddhists, normally they will wish them to attain nirvanic bliss one day. But that is a wish, right? So hopefully that the living relatives is doing good and can also dedicate marriage. And if your departed relatives are practicing well, then of course it will take the rebirth. And if you are not, then whatever good deeds we have done will help them to get that kind of state. That because there are states that the Buddha said that they don't have any food, they don't have the kind of livelihood like normal beings. They are dependent on the merits shared by their relatives. So this group of departed ones, they will get the benefit from their living relatives who do good, perform marriage, and dedicate marriage to them. So in memory of that, then they will be able to develop further to take good rebirth again. Yeah. So that wish, of course, is not just a wish, but I think it has to be commensurate with good practice, so that the living relatives or the dead relatives all will be continuously gearing towards the attainment of Nibbana. All right, thank you.
So I will now do a brief summary of the Precepts Forum. This is to summarize Sister Sylvia's talk. Spiritual awakening comes in small steps. The process of mental transformation comes gradually in stages, and it takes time to unfold. We need to be very gentle and patient. Nivaranas are unwholesome mental states. In daily life, we need to be very aware of the arising of unwholesome mental states and be awakened to the danger of the akusala and to have the desire to purge it. It means we recognize and stop the mental state from arising. So the question that we should ask are, how aware are you? How quickly do you abandon the kusala mental states? And how often do you abide in the kusala mental states? Essential mental states to cultivate are sattva, faith in the triple gem, which is extremely crucial to carry us into the stream. And the sattva keeps the mind gentle, pliable, and receptive in learning the Dhamma. The second is chaga, generosity, which should be a natural mental state and to help us to let go of akusala mental states. The third is sati samadhi, which is mindful awareness and stillness, which includes the quiet moments in our daily life. In awakening to life experiences, we experience life via the five aggregates, which are body, feeling, perception, original narratives, and consciousness. What we want is to be aware of the arising and the fading away of the aggregates and to observe the impermanence, dukkha, and anatta of the aggregates with a quiet mind. To observe with detachment all the sensual activities that break the mind and to be awakened to it, and to observe the ending of it. This is cultivating panya, which is wisdom. In awakening to Dhamma, fundamentally the Four Noble Truths need to be cultivated. It must become part of our sanya, and this will change our baseline. And we do this with constant reminder and reflection. Like overriding a software, the mind will start to shift, and a day when it will come when the mind awakens to Dhamma. In awakening to Dhamma, we experience the liberation of the mind and the impact on the mind, and the mind becomes more positive, accepting, and more easily content, and this will impact on our conduct and our speech. I now summarize Ayya Sumaṅgala's talk. To know the order for liberation is to know the Four Noble Truths, and this is a gradual training. We are aware of the danger of sensual pleasures and renunciation, and to get there, we need time and training. Just like baking a bread, there is an order to making it and baking it. We need to avoid the two extremes, which are to indulge in sensual desire, sensual pleasures, and to avoid self-mortification. So we follow the middle path, which is the noble eightfold path, which is a gradual training. And this is a threefold training, which is sila, samadhi, and panya. And it starts with chaga, and then sila and panya. So bhavana is mental cultivation, which is not just meditation. We need to put in the effort to know the kusala and akusala mental states that arise. It is important to listen to Dhamma and to remember. In order to practice the Dhamma, it is very crucial to remember it and to put it into practice again and again. We are very fortunate we have the teachings shown by the Buddha. To be awakened, we need to know and to practice the teachings. Do not be complacent even after attaining strict entry. We should go all the way to Nibbana. Ask and clarify if you do not understand the teachings. For a lay person, how do we practice in our lay life? First, we need to have faith in the triple gem. Once we taste the fruit of the Dhamma, the faith will be unshaken. Second is to recollect Maranasati, contemplation of death in our daily life. And the third is to cultivate good habits that will become our character. Even if liberation hasn't come, we can go on to have good returns. The Buddha's teaching is not to do any evil, to cultivate good and to purify one's own mind. Ayya gave some tips for the lay person. The first is to reduce handphone usage. Second is to keep the 5 precepts, which are the principles of life. Third is to be aware of our speech. Fourth is to cultivate metta. The fifth is the practice of mindfulness to root out hindrances. For example, for sensual pleasures, we can do the contemplation of body parts. We have to exercise right effort to awaken ourselves. As we refine our skills, we will get the right conditions and have faith in the Buddha's teachings. And the final one is association with the right and true Kalyana methods. With deeper bhavana, eventually we will see the true nature of the mind. With the right mindfulness and right samadhi, it will culminate in the right wisdom and insight, which leads us to the right liberation. And the Noble Eightfold Path is the yardstick for our cultivation. Thank you very much. I would like to thank our panel speakers for today, Ayya Sumaṅgalā and Sister Sylvia. We are extremely grateful, so fortunate. We're so glad to have the two of you, and for the profound Dhamma sharing, which have benefited all greatly. So we hope to put in the teachings into our daily life and to practice harder, right, everyone? Yeah. Okay, thank you. More diligent. Someone already said more diligent. So thank you very much. Also, thank you very much to the brothers and sisters in the Dhamma for joining us today, for taking one whole day of your time to join this very beneficial session. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. I will now pass the floor back to Sister Lisa.
Maybe now invite Venerable Sumaṅgalā for blessings and also sharing our merits.
All right, so we for now compose our mind again, and having spent the whole day discussing about the Dhamma, clarifying our doubts, and learning and practicing the Dhamma, and improving our mental states, and to purify our mind towards liberation. So with all these merits that we have proved today, continue to pray for you to have all the great strength to walk the Dhamma's path without any doubt, and have confidence in the Buddha's enlightenment. And may this also be an inspiration for your family members, relatives and friends, as they see the living Dhamma in you, and with all the right understanding, may you continue to pave way for yourself or for those that come into your life to also taste the Dhamma. And may all, having put into practice the right effort, continue to be blessed with good health, peace of mind, and growth in the Dhamma. Sincerely also make a noble aspiration for yourself, for your continuous cultivation until Nibbana is attained, and also for you to associate with the right association, the Kalyana as you journey this Dhamma path until the final Nibbana. Bhadu sabba mangalam rakantu sabba devata sabba buddhan bhavena sada soti bhavantu te. Bhavatu sabba mangalam rakantu sabba devata sabba dhammanubhavena sada soti bhavantu te. Bhavatu sabba mangalam rakantu sabba devata sabba sanghanubhavena sada soti bhavantu te. Now we shall also share this merit with the Devas and Nagas of mighty power, all the Dhamma protectors and guardian deities, including our own guardian deities and the guardian deities of our Vihara and the surrounding, whether terrestrial or celestial. May they rejoice in our merit, and so rejoicing with our merit, continue to protect your well-being and safety, guide you all to the righteous path, and help you all in times of need. Whether they are still would rejoice in protecting and prolonging the Buddha Dhamma and Buddha Sasana for the well-being of the many, and in due time, whether they are still liberate themselves. Akasattha ca Bhummatha Devanaga Mahitika Punyantang Anumoditva Cirang Rakkantu Loka Sasana. Akasattha ca Bhummatha Devanaga Mahitika Punyantang Anumoditva Cirang Rakkantu Desanam. Akasattha ca Bhummatha Devanaga Mahitika Punyantang Anumoditva Cirang Rakkantu Mam Paranti. Now we dedicate also this merit in memory of our departed relatives, teachers, and friends. May they partake this merit and always move on to take the rebirth, and also be able to grow in the Dhamma and one day to be free from the cycle of samsara. Idam me nadilam hotu sopita hotu yatayu. Idam me nadilam hotu sopita hotu yatayu. Idam me nadilam hotu sopita hotu yatayu. Sa Sukhivantu Nibbana. Thank you.